You cannot expect the ruling Romans to give you the truth because it is not equitable to them to keep control. They will leak truth here and there, but the overall agenda is to keep people in the dark, including their own people. Many of the tribe of Edom, aka so-called YT people, and the other Gentile nations, do not take the time to see how those in world leadership actually got those high-ranking positions.
Between 1478 and 1833, thousands of people were arrested, tortured, and executed because their religious beliefs were not welcome in their homeland. They were victims of the Spanish Inquisition. The Inquisition has cast a long shadow, but it's been so obscured by myth that until now it's been hard to tell the real story of these dark days of the Catholic Church.
I can think of almost nothing worse than being a galley slave myself. I almost would rather be burned. At least you get it over with.
During the expulsion of 1492, thousands of Jews flee over the border into Portugal, swelling the population there and stirring up age-old racial tensions. In the resulting turmoil, Portuguese Jews are forced to convert to Christianity, and by 1532, King João III insists that Portugal have its own Inquisition.
Englishmen believed that their God had ordained them to spread his word, and that they had the God-given right to drive out all unwilling to live according to English law. But in the first 2 years, the colonists learned that they were unprepared for life in the American wilderness.
August 11th and 12th, 2017. Charlottesville, Virginia in the southern United States. For 2 days, this small, ordinary, normally peaceful city is seized by violent protests.
Channel, we've talked a lot about the Italian mafia, drug cartels, and other criminal groups. Once in prison, the boss of any of these criminal structures loses, if not all, then most of their power. The subjects of our story today are the complete opposite. They are held in the most secure facilities, yet they manage to run a criminal organization that has power and influence both inside and outside the prison. Outside, they produce and sell drugs, supply Mexican cartels with weapons, and have their own bank. But their leadership and power are on the inside. It's from here, with the help of encrypted letters, invisible ink, and bribed guards, that they coordinate contract killings and multi-million-dollar deals across America and beyond. They're probably one of the most successful examples of the phenomenon known as prison gangs. And if you're interested in learning more, then meet the Aryan Brotherhood on the other side of the law. At the lowest level of the hierarchy were the prospects, peckerwoods. They did the dirtiest work. Their status was temporary and unstable. They were under the conditional protection of the Brotherhood, but could be sacrificed at any moment. Outside the main structure were associates, external smugglers and mercenaries who worked with the Brotherhood but were not members. Despite the fact that the Aryan Brotherhood is primarily a prison gang, it also needs money to exist. The first way it obtains money is by selling protection. When gang leaders were locked up, their usual protection disappeared if they found themselves in a prison where there were no other members of their gang. This is where the Brotherhood came in, offering protection or other forceful assistance in exchange for money or services. For example, John Gotti, while serving a sentence, asked the Brotherhood to kill the man who had beaten him up. The second way is drug trafficking in prisons. Let's discuss it using the example of the network of Thomas Silverstein and John Marsloff. Drugs were delivered to the prison by the girlfriends or wives of the gang members, who carried the drugs in a condom hidden in their mouths. During the visit, the girl would kiss her man and pass the condom into his mouth. He would swallow it so that the goods would not be found during a subsequent search. If all went well, the condom would naturally come out and the goods would end up in the prison. The local dealers, such as John Marslov, would get involved. He would receive the drugs, divide them into small bags, and sell them. The markup percentage from the purchase price or production cost could reach into the thousands.
This is the richest family in the world, and you probably didn't even know them. They own gold Lamborghinis, gold toilet, gold palaces, gold jets, and even bought the most expensive house in the world, which is a $1 billion mansion. That's nothing compared to their net worth. The House of Windsor, better known as the British royal family, is one of the richest and most powerful families in the world, with an estimated wealth of over $90 billion. They hold assets that go beyond imagination, from the Crown Estate, valued at over $20 billion, to the Duchy of Lancaster and the Duchy of Cornwall, worth billions more. The family owns iconic residences like Buckingham Palace and Windsor Castle. King Charles III, along with his family, continues to shape history, representing the United Kingdom on the world stages, making the British royal family one of the most watched and talked about families on the planet.
You're not actually mammals. Every mammal on this planet instinctively develops a natural equilibrium with the surrounding environment. But you humans do not. You move to an area and you multiply, and multiply until every natural resource is consumed. And the only way you can survive is to spread to another area. There is another organism on this planet that follows the same pattern. Do you know what it is? A virus.
Are we there yet?
No.
Are we there yet?
No.
Are we there yet?
Damn it, I swear to God, I will turn this ship around.
That works.
Okay.
Can we teach us a lesson? Yeah, that's even better.
All right, if that's what you... Wait a minute!
We'll take it to be filled and return immediately. Take your tag. Tell Bartholomew to add it to our debt.
Yes, mistress.
Where are you from, Platt?
I told you.
Tell me again.
Washington.
Who were your master?
Master named Freeman.
Was he a learned man?
I suppose so.
He learned you to read?
A word, here or there. But I've no understanding of the written text.
Don't trouble yourself with it. Same as the rest, Master brought you here to work, that's all.
Just bury the dead. And casualties. Some dugouts had their own chapels. Soldiers waiting to charge the enemy lines offered prayers in the darkness before going into battle.
They are taught and believe the Romans in charge got control by being smarter, more intelligent and innovative than all the other nations of the world. The brainwashing part is that they teach God is YT, Christ is YT, all the leaders of the past were YT, the original man, cavemen or Adam, were YT, evolution is the truth, and the pagan holidays that you keep are godly or holy. All of this is a lie. Why? Because to believe this falsehood you must ignore or downplay thousands of years of genocide, conquering, bloodshed, rape, torture, enslavement, corruption, theft, subversion, hate and oppression at levels the world has never seen, nor history has recorded.
You know, do your tweets hurt the company? Are there Tesla owners who say, I don't agree with his political position because, and I know it because he shares so much of it? Or there are advertisers on Twitter that will come and say, you got to stop, man. Or, I can't get these ads because of some of the things you tweet.
I'm reminded of the scene in The Princess Bride. Offer me money. Offer me power. I don't care.
Just listen to this viral clip with Jane Elliott teaching a class.
I want every white person in this room who would be happy to be treated as this society in general treats our citizens, our black citizens. If you, as a white person, would be happy to receive the same treatment that our black citizens do in this society, please stand. You didn't understand the directions. If you white folks want to be treated the way blacks are in this society, stand. Nobody's standing here. That says very plainly that you know what's happening. You know you don't want it for you. I want to know why you're so willing to accept it or to allow it to happen for others.
The entire system was set up on the heels of a culture full of the traditions and customs that led to the rulership and ideologies we see today. Let's take a second to look into that history and those customs in depth.
Shalom and peace, family, and welcome to a new edition of Hebrew Tribes channel. It's your G Militia. First off and foremost, giving all glory, honor, and praises to the Most High King. That's the great I am that I am, Ahaya Ashar Ahaya of Exodus 3 and 14, through the name of Yasha, that's Yeshaya, my Savior. That's Matthew 21 and 9, Hosanna, called Yasha in ancient Hebrew. All done through the Holy Spirit, Kakamawa, wisdom, the Ruach HaKodesh, which is Proverbs 8 and 9 and 1. Peace and blessings to the family. How y'all living out there, man? Is the storm getting heavy or is it getting heavy? You understand what I'm saying? It took me a while to get to this, not because, I'm leaving or I'm quitting or anything like that, but, I've been studying this subject for a very long time and putting this documentary together for many months. And what I want to show y'all is that this isn't just a historical context. It has a biblical context. And you're not going to hear this in your churches. You're not going to hear this on these Christian panels. Even many of these so-called truth, brothers and sisters in the truth don't have a grasp of this, because not all, of course, but many of us, because we don't connect it with the history correctly. Okay, and there's going to be some subjects we're going to touch after this lesson on different lessons about the history and the tribes according to the Bible and what was found. Because this is meat right here. This ain't nothing that you're going to learn, your first week or month, most likely. But some of the basic things you're going to need to know. And then we're just going to go and build on that foundation. Because right now they're trying to frame everything that's been going on in the media and the news is something new. It's something, wow, it's just now being exposed, when if you really read the scriptures and you really study history and you have an understanding of people and culture, time and events, you'll know that this is nothing new under the sun. This has been going on. So not to take no more time up from it, let's get right into it. We're going to get into the goals of this documentary and the subject matter. So the goal of this documentary is not to stir the pot, i.e. rage bait or promote hatred. The goal is to better understand the things we see going on in the MSM news, social media, and exposés we see concerning those who are in power. These people have a bloodline and a particular agenda to bring about the wrong side of prophecy. And just a note here, while they're bringing out the wrong side of prophecy, they're going to be teaching the masses that they're doing God's will. That's very important to understand. While they're doing the wrong side of prophecy, they're telling the masses through religion and news and media and entertainment and so on and so forth, what they're doing is the right thing, the will of God. You understand? So what is being made public today is nothing new. Rituals and occult practices have been a part of these rulers for over a millennia, 1,000 years, which they have learned from civilizations before them. So even though they're propagating it now and they're doing a hell of a job in every sense of the word, they are actually promoting something that they learned from civilizations past. This is why we going back to the ancient, you know what I'm saying? So the Bible refers to these people, these rulers, as Edom, Esau, or the fourth kingdom, Rome. These claims will be illustrated throughout this documentary to show all people and nations the depth of their agenda and ruling powers we are dealing with, and what their agenda entails, as they have well documented it. They well documented this stuff. It is just not promoted in the mainstream media because it would interrupt or hinder their process. In other words, it is not in their best interest to tell the truth about themselves or let the truth be known to the people, i.e. the common folk. And with an asterisk on that, especially for you, Israel, the true children of Yasharal that were taken on those slave ships that were oppressed and are still going through the curses of Deuteronomy 28. Especially you. Especially you. I mean, the same people Yasha prophesied about in Luke 21 and 24, that they would be carried captive into all nations. So this isn't just an Old Testament thing. We are touching both sides of the book and in between. You understand what I'm saying? So with that being said, let's get right into the disclaimer. We will cover issues that involve and include satanic occult rituals and traditions that still occur today, which may include some things that younger viewers may find disturbing. No graphic images or videos will be presented throughout this feature to ensure that HTC, Hebrew Tribes Channel, is in line with YouTube guidelines and principles. Historical sources, social constructs, and biblical prophecies will be covered in both parts of this series. Please take this into consideration, as this video may have to be re-edited in order to get this message of truth out to those who are seeking it. Viewer discretion is advised. So we on and we off to the races. So there's some key words and terms. You know, I've been talking about the book burning thing, you know, and the new book burning is shadow banning or blocking or just banning people's channels altogether. I really want to encourage everybody that maybe have questions or may be looking toward these kind of subjects that are controversial, and a lot of YouTube channels of the past is gone, but a lot of my clips and my old videos is from those very channels, from those very people. You understand what I'm saying? So they got too big. And when you get too big, that's when they really come for your neck. That's when they really gonna have people that's gonna be like, hey, you need to stop talking about this. They'll start sending agents of chaos to you. They'll start making little things where trolls can get links to your video. They'll have your video sent to people who are known trolls. I'm telling you that they do this. I spoke on this in the actually intro to the series. So understand these things happen. So in order to combat that, I got a little system I use. You know how I do the J3 W5s and stuff like that. There's going to be a lot of slang in here, but not to where you can't understand it. The slang is going to be in order to get around those who are politically sensitive or those who are demonic and don't want the truth to come out. And this is just a way around it. We've done this before as a people. You know, where you think slang comes from, you know, when they were talking to each other, meaning the children of Israel in their captivity, they didn't want the massa to understand what they were saying if they were planning anything. So things had to be done in secret and in code. So I'm going to have the codes up for each section, and it's going to only be for certain key words. It's not going to be, you know, shout out to the brother E40, but it ain't going to be a E40 slang where you got to, you know, go to the slang dictionary on me. I want you to understand it, but I also want to put it out there to where, you know, HTC don't get dinged for these words that they really don't want us saying, but not that they don't want us saying it. They don't want us bringing truth to it, because a lot of the things I cover in this channel, I see plenty other channels do, but they're not connecting it to the Bible. They're not connecting it to the people. And they're not connecting it to history. So when you do those three things and you wrap them all up, this is why they want the short TikTok, short YouTube, Facebook reel society, where you can spit some knowledge, but it's only a minute long. It's only 2, maybe 3 minutes long. And people not even going to chill for the whole time most of the time, because what's being promoted is more of the angry stuff. That's what we went over in the introduction, you know, the whole rage bait culture. So for each word, or each section rather, we're going to have certain words bleeped out or changed. And I'm going to have what those words are going to be. So we're going to talk about some PDFs. You know, I know at work you got PDF files. So we're going to get right into it. We ain't going to hold back, no breaks. Let's get it. All right. And again, viewer discretion advised. So you see this pic here with the Catholic Church sex scandal. And this has been a part of their culture, as you can see, for hundreds of years. This isn't anything that's new. They've been doing this. And what makes it sick, what really makes it sick, is that they do this and they say that, again, they're under the authority of God. They're under the authority of Christ, or authority of the Bible, or they even take the place of Christ. Even the so-called Pope, the word Pope means father. And that's why they call the Pope father, and they call their pastors, are their what's those guys, the priests rather, they call them father. So this is when Yahshua was saying, call no man on earth your father. He wasn't talking about bloodline. He's talking about in a form of worship, because they worship those people, especially the Pope, who calls himself the vicar of Christ. You understand? So they do all these evil things, and they do it under the guise of Christianity, under the guise of the Bible. So let's get to Matthew 18:6. But whoso shall offend one of these little ones which believe in me, it were better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck, and that he were drowned in the depth of the sea. This is what Yahshua is saying about those that offend these little ones who believe in him. Who does that more than them? And I've had little sections of documentaries on this kind of stuff. Never went too far full into it because, of course, the YT guidelines. But yeah, you can look this stuff up. Okay, these people should have millstones hanged around their neck, according to Matthew 18:6. Let's get now to this video about EP's kid. If you know who EP is, you know, and Donald Trump and the MJ song, the Michael Jackson song that was talking about these things.
You have to disappear. You stop announcing every move and start building something that speaks for itself. Disappearing means doing the work. It means doing the work in the dark. It means building in private what you don't need to prove in public. It means doing the work when no one's watching. You stop worrying about what people think and start valuing what you believe.
That cold love that'll keep me by your
So you see that in the thing about it is, regardless of what the media tried to portray about Michael Jackson, was he a part of that wicked industry? Yes. Did he probably see and know things? Yes. But was he involved? That hasn't been proven. In fact, more of the opposite of him exposing the industry. If you listen to some of his speeches, especially the ones about the owner of Sony Records, I believe, Tony Mottola, calling him a devil, they don't do that. If you notice, people now don't do that when it comes to record execs, especially those that are of the J3W5s. You can't say nothing against them. So speaking of which, you see here Jerry Seinfeld and his 17-year-old girlfriend back in 1993. Let me ask you a question. Where's his documentary? Where's his expose? And back then, again, I was asleep. You know, I had some knowledge of the truth and what we're supposed to do as far as, you know, the prayer side and quote unquote going to church, but not the, you know, full keeping the law, statutes, and commandments, knowing who we are, understanding of all those things that are extremely important to understanding the scripture. And I used to wonder when I would see his show, you know, like commercials, and I watched a few episodes. I was never a big watcher, but one thing I noticed is that those that ever had any criticism of his show could not speak out on it. They would get shouted down. And I'm thinking, like, every show had its critics. Jamie Foxx show had critics. Martin had critics. All the black shows, you know, Steve Harvey, his show had critics. And I was thinking, like, wow, you know, well, if somebody don't like it or they think he ain't funny, everybody has comics that they don't think are funny. You know, you throw up names like Kevin Hart, people like, I don't think he's funny. Or I thought he was funny in this, but overall, nah, he's not funny. You know, or they have a comic, they'll be like, well, I don't like his stand-up, but his movies are good, or vice versa. I like his stand-up, but his movies, you know, I don't like him too much. So the whole thing is that you could not speak out against Mr. Jerry here. I'm not going to say his full name, but Mr. J, matter of fact, couldn't speak out against them. You know, and not to mention one of his characters on the show, the Kramer dude, came out and was at the speaking of stand-up, was having a brawl of the words with, I guess, somebody in his audience, a heckler, and he just went completely left. And if you know anything about comedy, you have to have material prepared or at least be fast on your feet, because you will get a heckler. You will get one eventually. And he just went left on a racist rant, called the dude all types of N-words, which we're going to cover more. But that's just the thing. You know, they can do that. You know, apologize and it gets swept under the rug. Where's the outcry? Where's the documentaries about that?
50 years ago, you had you upside down with a fucking fork up your ass! You can talk, you brain now, motherfucker! Rolls out, he's not oh my god.
Where's the outcry? Where's the documentaries about that? With 50 Cent face plastered all over. Speaking of documentaries, you see here the teen girls, and I would encourage anybody that got girls in their family. I have spoken on this for, man, more years than these files have even been known to the public, is that you need to tell your girls not just to watch out for the bad men or creepy men or perverted men and such and that, but even these simps could be extremely dangerous for our women. But I'm talking about, you understand, telling them to watch out for women too. Okay, some of these women is perpetrators. Some of these women be doing the same thing that they say that the men be doing to them. So tell them to watch out for these women, because I think it was a documentary that I was watching about this, and then I turned around and I was watching a movie, and in the movie it was like this guy was and I don't know if it was based on a true story or not, but long story short, he was kidnapping young, you know, females, and in order to lure them in, he sent like his girlfriend or something. It was some woman he was, and she would meet him online and get to talking to him, and oh yeah, you know, I think you got some great ideas, and they want to be a model, say, hey, I take some pictures, or if they want to start a business, like, hey, I can help you with that, you can come to this. And you know, long story short, you know where that went. So this Maxine, whatever, Ghislaine, yeah, tell your daughters, tell the young women, the young ladies in your family to also be aware of these older women, or even sometimes women their own age. You know, if they got friends that's out there like that, they don't need to be around. You know what I'm saying? Period. Because they'll be the ones, like I told brothers in the past, that'll say, hey, I'm going to stay at Jenny's house, and Jenny's one of them fast girls, and Jenny will have your daughter along with Jenny at some frat party or at some hood event. Listen to your Ak, man. I may be saving somebody's life. All glory to a higher, man. This information, matter of fact, not me, this information may be saving somebody's life if you take it and listen to it. Because this is what ultimately these ruling Gentiles are about. Okay, let's get to Acts 21 and 25. As touching the Gentiles which believe, we have written and concluded that they observe no such thing, save only they keep themselves from things offered to idols, and from blood, and from strangled, and from fornication. Now, a few of these things I'm gonna touch. This is what they do. When you look at who runs the corn industry, okay, the industry of corn, you know, that people like to consume. Who's that owned by? Who's that propagated by? Who's that upheld by? You understand? When you look at things such as, it says from blood, to abstain from blood. When you look at who eats the red bloody meat, and me and the brothers, we've looked at this backwards and forwards, and it's one nation of people. We're talking about Edom here. Edom is the propagator of all of this. He loves the bloody meat. His steak, dang near right off the cow. Okay? Eating blood, that's not something that we're supposed to do. You understand? We're going to cover that more going forward because we got some things that we're going to talk about. But the whole thing, that there were things of the Gentile culture, what it's saying in Acts 21, that were not of the Hebraic biblical people's culture. We're talking about two different cultures. Okay? Let's get to this pic right here. Speaking of Ghislaine, whatever her name is, in 1985. This is when she was doing this back then. We're talking about 40 years ago plus. Barack Obama, you see here, he has an advisor. Because people always want to say, oh yeah, it's because they keep seeing all this stuff about these Republican, I guess, people in the Congress or government getting caught. And they want to say, oh yeah, see, it's all them. And look, I'm not defending either party. I think both of them is hellbound, but don't act like the Democrats ain't right there though. You know, they want to sit up here and praise Obama. I don't have a short-term memory. I remember he turning this land into Sodom and Gomorrah. I remember it clearly. So the whole thing is that these people aren't ignorant. His advisor was into it, and we're gonna see more. He's around all this. That's like, you know, you growing up on O Block, and you know, you and the DVDs, or better yet, back then it was DVDs. Now the kids go live. So you going live and you around all these killers, dealers, and drug dealers, and you gonna sit up here and tell me you don't know what's going on. Now you may not be doing it. Okay, I can say that. Okay, he may not, but you around all the people around in this circle are doing it. We're gonna touch that in a second. So let's get here to Dalai Lama, the whole thing. He's part of it. So when you see these people raised up to high esteem, like it says in the scripture, it says, the things that the world promotes, the Most High calls an abomination. That's just not written in vain, family. Same thing with Mother Teresa, you know, and I didn't know this until my brother Robbie pointed out. Shout out to him, because we're taught that, you know, Mother Teresa is holy and she's what the church lady should be and blah, blah, blah. And she wasn't nothing but a trafficker, man. So you see here with the J3 dubs, and this thing I'm showing you here, I guess had an article with it. This wasn't posted. Nothing I'm showing you here is posted by what they call Black Hebrew Israelite, or BHI. This ain't got nothing to do with this. Is Gentiles, so-called white people posting this stuff. So it's coming out in the forefront, but you see in the background, what's in that painting? Isn't that weird? Why is that painting there? Why is, things start to be shown, and you go right here to this guy, Lev Tabor. He's arrested, and this is one of many. I'm asking y'all, I'm not going to show y'all every little thing because I'm trying to be concise and correct with this, but at the same time, there's a lot of information where this thing could go very long, but there's plenty of people of this persuasion that have been caught downloading PDF files. Okay, that's just the proof. Look at the numbers. You can do your own research. Let's get to 1 Timothy 3:4-5. It says, one that ruleth well his own house, having his children in subjection with all gravity. If a man know not how to rule his own house, how should he take care of the church of Ahiah? So how can these people sit up here and take care of the church? And tell me where in scripture was there a Gentile prophet? Show me where in scripture there was a Gentile scribe or a Gentile king that ruled over us in our land in our time. You won't find it, because the 12 gates, even of the kingdom of heaven, are named after the tribes of Israel, family. You just been lied to about who they are. That's all that is, because you're not looking at, for the Gentiles watching, a lot of y'all ain't looking at who's running the world. You think they gonna tell the truth about who the real chosen people are. This is why it says in Psalms 50, who are you to take my covenant in your mouth? They go around the world preaching Christianity and have turned many souls away from the scripture because they look at the actions just like anything else. People look at how you act, not what you say. But you see here, back when I was talking about Mr. Obeezy, emailing about Chicago and Pizza Dog, 65K. You could talk to anybody that does catering. Go do your research about catering. 65K. You're not needing that much money to feed people, family. Being allegedly part of the streets from whence I came, allegedly. We talking code, man. Brothers ain't saying, yes, can I get 3 4/4 of, give the medical name? No, it's street names for it. And it's a reason for that. People catch on to what that means and this means. But there was a time when, that got people under the radar. Okay? So they're using slang and different terms for what they're doing to hide what they're doing. Look at this pic here of Nick Cannon surfing on a slice of pizza. Like, you're gonna see this theme a lot if you look it up with these black celebrities, white celebrities, and there's something about the black celebrities I want to bring out here. You see Naomi Campbell here. She's been outed. Like, they're basically, I don't think that all these black celebrities that are coming out in the Epstein files are, rather yet we're gonna call henceforth the EPs, that have been caught on these EPs that are reverenced and have great careers and they're icons and so on and so forth. I don't think that they were really a part of it as if they were running it, because that's like the whole P. Diddy thing, like, oh, he's doing this, he is a speck of dust in a room that they own. You understand what I'm saying? They've been doing this. Like, Mr. EP went to jail. Was he? You think he's the only one? You see all these emails, they're telling on themselves because the truth got to come out. They're going to crash the system. But see, the thing about it is, with us, meaning Israel, so-called black people, my indigenous out here, is that I want y'all to understand that they'll send you to do their bidding and then you'll fall for it. They'll rob the banks and give you a stack of cash, a small stack from what they robbed, and you'll get caught with it. And they'll say, yep, you look at you, you're a thief. Meanwhile, they done put themselves up in a nice house and shipped that money somewhere in the Caymans and washed it and brought it back, and you are the guilty party now. This is, in a nutshell, what they do. So going back to the blacks, you see Okra right here, wig free, sitting here with the healer, same thing. Why are all your healers and advisors these people downloading PDFs? Let's get to Ketanji Brown. She's a shill. Same thing. Okay, and going back here, you see with Johnny Depp and the pizza, talking about young adolescents, man. I mean, come on, man. And this is where it starts to hit the public, because I believe that we're desensitized to a lot, and they made things and entertainment, different venues and streams of all this horrible programming that they put out, whether it be cartoons, they put all type of dark, deep, demonic stuff in, and it desensitizes us to a lot. It desensitizes us to all types of crime and injustices throughout the world, to where somebody dying becomes a meme. You know, somebody getting assaulted becomes a punchline. You dig what I'm saying? And when it hits home, like here with the EP, with the pictures from schools, being part of Life Touch, these people are part of a lot of industries. Go again, if you haven't went back to listen to the intro of this, go back and listen to the intro. So let's get 1 John 5:21. Little children, keep yourselves from idols. Amen. This is why we shouldn't be holding these people up, these stars, as idols. Oh, American Idol. Though I idolize this. Oh, that's my idol. Like, no, they made that a normal thing. We don't deal with idols, whether they be wood, stone, or people. That's where you mess up. That's where you absolutely mess up. And, you know, just to show here that, you know, it's not just the men. You know, I tell my sisters, shout out to the sisters walking in the truth. You got some tall, handsome sons with their mind right and eyes bright, and, you know, the wind at their back. They're ready to get out here and, you know, make some things happen. Or maybe they're a little bit older, but, you know, they're still finding their footing. You got to understand that these women, especially of the Gentile persuasion, they will take him for a ride. You need to hit them with this. Soon as they hit like 14, 15, these kids is 6'3", you know what I'm saying? So you got to tell them, hey, you know, if the teacher, you know, Miss such and such asks you to stay after class and help her bring some stuff down to storage, and, you know, we have that conversation with our children. We should anyway. But if you're not, you need to. And if when they get older, you need to have it again. You know, it really needs to be like kind of like a checkpoint, you know, because now they're getting older, and these women, especially of that persuasion, as you see here, they do all kinds of 53X crimes. This New Jersey teacher, you dig what I'm saying? The same thing with this woman here. She's a mayor dealing with a 16-year-old. And I was talking with some people at work about this. It was some drivers we pulled up, and, you know, well, they pulled up and we were talking. And look, family, I'm going to tell y'all like this, man. They do it for the same reason that the men do it. It's about control. Because these women, when we were talking about, they're like, man, these women don't even look bad. You know, they're cute, somewhat attractive, you know, in shape. Some of them are pretty. Some of them are very attractive. They can easily get a man. Some of them even married. And they turn around messing with 14 and 16-year-olds. So check that out, you know. So again, you see here this Jan 6 CP rioter. You know, he's a, you know, one of them people. What was he caught for? Being a CP, which is a child pred, you know what I'm saying? So the FBI sit up here and protect these people. This is nothing new. If you know about slavery and the sex farms of slavery, go research the sex farms of slavery. Because on those sex farms, they did exactly what is playing out today. They've already done it to us. I heard somebody saying, you know, on one of the emails, it said no N-word girls, and people were, you know, kind of saying like, oh, that's a good thing. Yeah, don't mess with none of ours. And it's like, they already have. I mean, I'm not trying to be, you know, I mean, it's a sensitive subject, and I'm not taking it lightly at all, but we need to stop acting like we untouched in this thing just because it may not be happening to us now, because now is the time of the Gentiles. Now is the time of them doing it to them. Now is the time for them to bring down their own kingdom, to fight amongst each other. We'll get into more of that too. So speaking of which, you know, of them being protective on this kind of behavior and stuff, look at this. With the triple K over here, is rules for thee and none for me. You understand? That's how they move. Rules for thee, but none for me. They got gang task force that target, let's just say us, because we are at the top of the list. And after that, you know, the Latinos and Asian gangs and so on. But they got all types of task force. They got all types of task force for those of us that deal in pharmaceutical outside sales, let's call it that. You know, they got all type of task force. They got all type of task force for those of us that, you know, engage in the scams, you know, the trying to flip somebody's credit and you getting information. They got all type of people that watch that. Where are the people that are watching for the so-called white Aryan nation NZ, you know, NZ gangs? Where is that? Whenever they bring out these people, when I do see documentaries on them, it's more of a like they're paying homage now. We need to respect that. And they never, even on some of them, they'll be interviewing them. They never deny the gang. They'll talk about what they did when they were in the gang and in the prison and this and that and all these white, so-called white supremacist gangs. And they'll never really say, oh no, this doesn't need to happen again. You need to come out of that. I mean, you'll find one or two here, don't get me wrong, that'll say that, but it's promoted like, yeah, man, they did it, and you know, now what's the past is the past. Like, wait, hold on, why are you protecting? You don't say that with any other people, with any other criminal organization. You don't say any of that.
Now I want you to imagine, brothers and sisters, we're going to take a trip and understand what our ancestors went through. It's a horrible trip where we stripped from our families. We taken by a wicked slave master and they put us on ships, put us in the holds of ships where we can't even breathe. Some brothers are so sick and sad being in the holds of these ships, they don't even want to live, so they don't want to eat. And so the Europeans say, no, if you don't eat, you'll die. And I got to sell you at the top price on the market. So they bang his teeth out with metal chisels and then stick a funnel down and feed the pig slop. Brothers and sisters lying next to one another, listening to the screams and moans of his daughter or his son or his mother or her son as they are raped or brutalized or beaten. Sisters are taken up to the top tier, and 20 or 30 Europeans might all rape her right there, ejaculate her right there. And then if she gets so sick and crazy she can't take it, maybe she jumps overboard. And so the Atlantic shark begins his new route that he begins to take and migrate in a whole new route, because they learned the routes from the slave ships, because they know that there'll be fresh African meat for them as they travel along these seas. Can you imagine the depths of the ocean, brothers and sisters? Can you imagine what it'd be like being a black woman who's always been respected and revered, being treated in ways that you can't even possibly imagine? Can you imagine being a black man so helpless that you have to sit and listen to the abuse of your women and your children while you can do nothing? This is where the beginning of the effeminization process occurs. Don't forget that on these ships, these Europeans weren't only raping black women. They was raping little boys. His highest and noblest aspiration. They were raping grown men even. What you gonna do? Yeah, they ain't gonna do it to me. What you gonna do with chain at your legs and chain behind your arms? If somebody got sick or was too rebellious, they just pick you up and throw you overboard into the depth of the ocean to be eaten by sharks. It was nothing. This is us beginning to turn into a whole other people. When we got to America, we didn't know that they had these things called sex farms. And on these farms, grown white males would come and they could purchase our women. So they would come and our women would be used like merchandise. And they could come up and fill our women when they had no sense of their bodies and no ability to protect themselves. And they would always get get a black male who is effeminized. No longer does he see himself as the protector of the black woman. And he would go around and say, hey, look what I got. Almost like a mannequin. Look, you want this type? Look what she got available for you. Right. Oh, these are the kind of things she does. Oh, do you want this one? Oh, do you want this one? Yeah. These are the type of things they did to us where we had no control over our own bodies. No control over what we did. And a black man didn't exist in the way he existed at home, where we protected our women and our children. No, we had to sit by on a day-to-day basis and watch them totally humiliate us. But not only did we watch them humiliate us, we had to participate in our own destruction and humiliation. So we began to covet these type of jobs where we could go around and show our women off. We began to take joy in doing them because we didn't feel that there was anything left. And so we were made into monsters. But you know, the white male, the women is cool that he could come about women, but he likes things a little different. That's not really his taste. If it's going to be a female, he would prefer a little girl. We talked about his development in the caves and hills of Europe. So they had sections of the sex farm with just little girls between the ages of 8 and 18. And they would dress the little girls in scantily dressed clothing and make the little girls dance around and gyrate. And while they would tell them to shake their behinds, and they would always have the most well-dressed black male on the sex farm. He had his high hat and his suit. He was the best-dressed brother in the place. And he would stand there with the sisters and he would gyrate while these little girls would gyrate and show their bodies off for these grown white males to come and purchase them. That's right. And this is the kind of thing that we went. And I know we're so far removed from slavery that we can't really imagine no black man standing around gyrating, showing our sisters off, little girls and our women as some type of sex objects for grown males, dressing our little girls up as if they're some type of sex meat market or what have you. Yeah, right. I know we're so far removed from the slave plantation that our minds can't fathom that. But I want you just to try to imagine being so effeminized that you don't see yourself as the protector of your women. Right. Instead, you see yourself as the salesman of the sexual exploits for our women. Yeah. I want you to imagine being in a circumstance like that. Can you imagine a black man standing before the world saying, here are our women. Look at her shake her thing. Yeah. Look at her show herself. She's really a sexual object. Do you want her? Right. How much you want to pay for this one? Well, brothers and sisters, we got to be real careful. Because we don't watch it. What we think we were. Come on with that. We might find ourselves having our women being faceless and nameless, gyrating before the world as the sexual tools for the Europeans. See, Negroes always talk about slavery being over, but Negroes don't read. So the Negroes don't know what slavery was. And if you don't know what slavery was, and if you don't know what happened during slavery, Negro, you don't know when it's over. How do you know when it's over? How do you know when it's over?
So let's get to Zechariah 11:5 and 6 to show you this is in the Bible. The Most High is prophesying that they are going to do this and are doing this. It says, whose possessors slay them and hold themselves not guilty. And them that sell them say, blessed be Ahiah. They say what? Blessed be the Most High, for I am rich, and their own shepherds pity them not. Their own pastors, their own people, their own rulers, they don't even pity them. So yeah, I'm gonna sell these people. I'm gonna do whatever I want. This is what they say. But lo, I will deliver the man, everyone into his neighbor's hand and into the hand of his king, and they shall smite the land, and out of their land I will not deliver them. So all that they're doing to us, when you see Trump trying to send them off to the J3W5 area to get sniped out, yes, because you've already sniped out us. And that's what happens when you sit up here and you give, you receive what you give. So when their kings are sending them off to World War number Trey, family, let them, you don't join. You don't join. This is their time. Again, time of the Gentiles. This is their time. When you see them doing all this stuff to each other, yeah, and I'm not saying it ain't wrong. Of course it's wrong. But This is their culture at the core of it. This is why there's so many scriptures. You go to 1 Corinthians 10 and 20 about the Gentiles worship devils, and I would not that you would have fellowship. Their culture is not the biblical culture. No matter how many pastors they send out, no matter how many times they tell us who the chosen is, it's not that. And all it takes is a little bit of reading, research, contemplation, and reflection to see all of these things. So with that being said, let's get to the next section. We're going to call this the cannonball. You know, like when you jump into the water and there's a nice little depth on it. You can do a cannonball. You hold your, we're not going to call it what it says there on the screen for certain purposes. But yeah, y'all check these videos out.
Is not illegal in the United States with the exception of one state.
What?
The only state in the United States where cannabis is illegal is the state of Idaho.
Are you kidding me?
No.
I am not leaving my house today.
White people have always indulged in, they ate their slaves and they ate black people that were free after the Emancipation Proclamation, after lynchings.
In ninth grade, in biology class, we had the usual dissection of fetal pigs, and I took the remains of that home and kept the skeleton of it, and I just started branching out. Dogs, cats. I suppose it could have turned into a normal hobby like taxidermy. And all I know is that I wanted to see what the insides of these animals looked like. There may have been some violence involved, some underlying subconscious feelings of violence. It was a compulsion. Became a compulsion.
What would you do with the dead animals, Jeff?
Take them back in the woods, skin them sometimes, slit them all the way open, look at the organs, feel them.
Can you describe what you were thinking?
It was just mystifying to me how the insides of the animal looked. There was a sort of general excitement for me. I don't know why. It was exciting to see. I was drinking a lot during that time, and just I don't know, looking for something some way to find some fulfillment, some pleasure. And I acted on my fantasies, and that's where everything went wrong.
Did you ever tell yourself, I have to stop this? I must stop doing this?
Yes.
When it was going on?
After the second time, it seemed like the compulsion to do it was too strong, and I didn't even try to stop it after that. But before the second time, things had been building up gradually. Going to bookstores, going to the bars, the gay bars, bath clubs. When that wasn't enough, buying sleeping pills and using it on various guys in the bath clubs. It just escalated slowly but surely. And after the second time, which was not planned, it was out of control. It felt like it was out of control.
Were you relieved to be arrested?
Part of me was, and part of me wasn't.
Explain.
I don't know. It's like I don't believe I have a split personality, but you know the feeling where you're sort of glad about something, but on the other hand you're not. That's how it was. It was a relief not to have to keep such a gigantic secret.
Cannibalism is not illegal in the United States with the exception of one state.
What?
The only state in the United States where cannibalism is illegal is the state of Idaho.
Are you kidding me?
No.
I am not leaving my house today.
White people have always indulged in cannibalism. They ate their slaves, and they ate black people that were free after the Emancipation Proclamation, after lynching.
One of the things that I don't want to have to say disappointed, because disappointed is not the right word. But for me, it was when Black Americans started acting surprised at the and the allegations in the Epstein files, and I'm like, do you know anything about your history? They still eat niggas. They ate niggas up until the civil rights movement. Like, they eat black people. During slavery, white people, it was very common to eat your slaves. It's like, it's great that we're having these conversations now. These are normal in white people. It's normal. You think a population that got wiped, like 40% of white people around the world got wiped out because they wouldn't take fucking showers. The Black Plague is called one of the deadly. Africans were never affected because every day we wake up, we go wash our asses. So for black people to be shocked that the Epstein files is talking about eating, and I'm like, do you know your history? Do you?
Negro that documents the cannibalizing of black people, especially during slavery. It talks about how in white European culture, the white supremacist culture, that they've always had this thing about literally consuming black people, black flesh. During slavery, when they had the big rebellion with Nat Turner, he was cannibalized after they killed him.
Fair use, fair use.
They ate him.
He's telling the truth. I have the book. Okay, like they literally consume black bodies. So again, when somebody say we miss you, we miss you. When you coming over for dinner, what you mean? You might end up being there. Look, just because somebody say they miss you does not mean it's a compliment, but I'm gonna let the brother Tariq keep talking.
During a lot of lynchings, they would cook and barbecue people, and they would actually eat the people that they would lynch. So this was something that was a part of the white supremacist culture, consuming us literally.
A lot of the mummies that was taken out of Africa was taken to Europe and sold, and they used it as medicine.
Mummies, like they would take the mummies from Egypt and they would literally grind the mummy dust up and turn it into like tea and ointments.
So family, again, I know that some of these things, you know, if you never heard of them, are like, what? Where did this come from? All I'm gonna ask you to do is do your research. This information is out there, it's been out there. It's very important to understand because you'll understand more what is going on today. It'll bring you up to date. And for the Gentiles that's watching this is why you shouldn't be on that side. If you want to be righteous, the choice is yours though, but that's what it is. This is the history. This isn't something that's going to go away. We don't have no time machines around here. Let's get to Leviticus 17 and 11. For the life of the For the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I have given it to you upon the altar to make atonement for your souls. For it is the blood that maketh an atonement for the soul. So let me just stop right here, family. And this is biblical law I'm reading right here in Leviticus 17 and 11. That the blood is the atonement for the soul. And for some of these new age Christians or modern Christians or Christians, period, that want to sit up here and say, oh, that's Old Testament. What do you think Christ's blood was about? Atonement for your soul, man. Blood must be shed in some cases in the law, family. The whole 10 Commandments, that wasn't just Moses walking down of Mount Sinai with the tablets. That was establishing the law, family. That's what was going on in that time and in that place. It was already established. Don't get me wrong. It didn't start with Moses. Let me put that in there. But it was being reestablished with a people that have came out of what? Out of captivity, family. We got to return to the law. And it's not grievous. It'll actually help us. Thou shalt not murder. That will help us, because when that does happen, the one that committed the unaliving must now be stoned, must now be also unalive. So the atonement for the law is blood. And it got to the point in our history where our priests fell, because the priests were the people in charge of it. We're talking about the Levite tribe. They were in charge of this. When the Levites fell, we no longer had anybody to do the priestly work so we can get our spiritual houses in order, get our spiritual lives in order. So what happened then? We just kept falling more and more. And that's when Yasha came on the scene at that point and fulfilled the prophecy of Isaiah 53. This is why he always read from the book of Isaiah when he stood up in the temple. This is all connected. So blood does have a meaning. Blood is a very deep meaning. Even the first blood that was spilled, when we think about Cain and Abel, what did the Most High say? Do y'all remember? He said, what? His blood crieth to me from the earth. So when one of your loved ones is taken out and you thinking, oh, the Most High don't know. I heard people say, oh, I'm mad at God. God knows, he hears it, especially if they were innocent and, you know, got caught up and, you know, some unfortunate thing happened. If he heard it from Abel and he heard us crying in Egypt, what make you think he don't see what's going on now? Absolutely he does. So blood is important. And the thing about it is the witches know this. Let me change gears for a second. The witches, the occultists, those that are into astrology, those that are into palm reading, fortune telling, all these witchcrafts, all these people know this. They understand this. But what do? Do they try to do it in the line and the light of the Most High and Christ? No, they go another route. The same way Satan was telling Eve, hey, you want to be like God? Even though you already have eternal life, you didn't have death until you ate the fruit. But hey, you want to go around the back way? I know you can't get into this party, but let me sneak you in the back way. Instead of you going in through the front door the correct way, showing your ID. No. Let me show you. That's why it says anybody that enters any other way is start a thief. So the witches have a backwards way of dealing with blood. This is why people will say, oh, well, they sacrificed animals in the Bible and the blood of the animals on the altar. And I'm like, yeah. You know, or people say, oh, well, you know, prayer is something dumb I don't think we should do. You know, you're just praying, you're just talking to yourself. And I'm like, you know, no, you're not. You're praying to the Creator in the name of the Savior. That's what you're doing. And you're waiting for enlightenment from that. You're not listening to you're not having a conversation with self. That's two different things. Even when you're meditating and thinking, that's two different things. You're meditating on the word. You may be thinking about something that you thought. That's two different things. This is some spiritual stuff here, but you got to understand this is all part of it, family, because that's what the witches do. They don't say God. They don't say Most High. They say what? The universe. You hear on all these shows, the universe, and it's been blowing up the past decade, and everybody's like, you know, where's this coming from at first? To now people are like, oh, the universe and, you know, and twin flames and when the stars align. Like, man, you sound crazy as hell, man. But this is what the witches and those that are in power are witches. These are people that are rich. Matter of fact, rich witches. Say that 5 times fast, right? Rich witches and occultists and Satanists. And this is what they deal with. This is what they do, family. So they'll take something like that and they'll switch it around. So this is why you see them sacrificing chickens and them doing voodoo and them doing witchcraft. And you'll look at the Bible and you'll say, oh, well, Christ said, take this, my blood. And you'll no, that's not what they're saying. We're going to touch that in just a second here. You know, I want to break that down in just a second. I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but put that pin in that file cabinet. We're going to keep on moving. I want to show this video here with Ellen, Mr. EP, and Justin B, okay? Because it's all coming out.
For years, people were told to stop asking questions about Jeffrey Epstein and the powerful people around him. They said it was all rumors, just wild talk from the internet. But now, after new files and messages came out, those old questions don't seem so easy to ignore anymore. Now it turns out that some truly unexpected names, such as Ellen, are rumored to have been involved in some seriously messed up crimes with the disgraced financier. According to investigators who reviewed Epstein's records, His inner circle was a tight group that spoke in strange code, used odd phrases, and acted in ways that didn't make sense on the surface. Words like pizza, pasta, and especially jerky appeared over and over again in emails, not as food plans, but in ways that felt off. Even lawmakers who saw unedited files said the language was disturbing and confusing.
There was also a lot of language that appears to be coded regarding food. I wanted to let you know the crew really appreciated the pizza. Another email read, "This is better than a Chinese cookie, see attached. Let's go for pizza and grape soda again." This one talks about, yeah, that's the pizza. You mean radiating a soft glow with a look of bliss and excitement. There's one more, I think, in this list as well. "Sorry, I have no stomach for even the slightest aggro. I don't have the stomach for it for any drama, imaginary or real. I'm still fragile off the last one and scared of shadows." This is in response to some videos that were shared where Jeffrey Epstein himself says, "I watched all of these videos, don't send any more." And then Ghislaine is like, "I can't stomach any of this." What the fuck did you send that Jeffrey Epstein was like, "No more"?
One of them, Anna Paulina Luna, confirmed that these emails included coded phrases and descriptions involving minors. She openly said that the way these words were used was not normal, and that jerky, in particular, didn't sound like food at all when read in context. A forensic expert would later come out to say that these were likely euphemisms for something much, much worse.
Earlier, I'll give you another example here. Epstein sends a message to someone. She looks pregnant, reacting to a photo. And the client replies back to Epstein, "You mean radiating a soft glow with the look of bliss and excitement? Yeah, that's the pizza." I cannot be clearer than this, that this is a code word. It makes no sense in that context whatsoever. And this, on top of the example I gave you earlier, when his virologist gave him the medicine for having an erection, erectile dysfunction, I assume, or it could be even Viagra, and then told him to wash his hands, go have pizza and grape soda. That's been mentioned time and time again. Having adult men, successful men that are very health oriented, constantly talk about pizza and pizza with grape soda, which I've never heard before.
Yeah, I've never heard of pizza and grape soda before this. I don't know if that specific combination was part of the whole Pizzagate thing, but it's definitely mentioned a lot because I saw that phrase, so I looked it up and was like, is this actually like in there multiple times? And it most definitely is.
There's another one here. Have you seen the beef jerky mentions as well? There's an email here from Jeffrey Epstein. Someone else says, Francis has time to come tomorrow to show me how to make it. Jerky, anyone? He will also bring you a taste of his jerky recipe from the restaurant, and sends a warm hello. He's working at a restaurant called Cook's. Wait for it, beef jerky and steak. Yes, time at 3 p.m. There's other emails of him talking about beef jerky. Another one here is Jeffrey Epstein sending it to Steve Hansen saying, hope you're feeling better. Did we analyze the beef? Did we analyze the jerky? Now there's talks about jerky, referencing human meat. It could be for scientific research, could be something else that's even sicker. But there's more emails here talking about beef jerky. Have you had time to go through those? There's one here. Thank you so much. Super cool. IT guy setting up Surface right now. We are.
Gabriela Jimenez broke down outside a hotel, screaming that she had seen something horrifying involving powerful guests.
So you see here, you know, and sometimes a lot of this Hollywood stuff, I know it's rumors, I know it's not true, but some of this stuff is, I've been doing Hollywood exposés from insiders since, man, I don't know. Y'all just go look at the information. Y'all just go look. This ain't nothing new. That's what I'm trying to explain. I'm not trying to brag like, oh, I've been doing it. I'm telling you, this ain't nothing new. They've been doing this. So, yeah, so her and her girlfriend, I can't deny that. I can't, man, have you seen how bad they've been looking since the of 2020? They've been looking crazy. So I want to get now into this lady, this Abrahamovic, and I find it funny that, you know, these people that claim that they the people, they'll take the names of our forefathers in the scripts. You dig what I'm saying? And then do stuff like this. Y'all check this out.
Sta dentro la cassetta dentro. Ah, sorry.
He just stand. We let him stand. Ma si mette qua. Possiamo It's really like alchemia. Yeah. But you think it's cooking. And then around, you know, that's it, Sean. Can I join now? Yes, please. Shower. Can I do the last one? Yeah. I arrive. This is my favorite. This is going to be my favorite position. Bye. Oh, wait. This is another one. But with no, can you take my watch? Please.
Therefore, as I live, saith the Lord God, I will prepare thee unto blood, and blood shall pursue thee. Sith thou hast not hated blood, even blood shall pursue thee. Ezekiel chapter 33 verse.
What's going on here? Oh, this sounds familiar. Oh yes, let me break it down for you. In 2013, Jay-Z dropped Picasso Baby, a track where he basically compares himself to the art world's giants. Turned it into a 6 hours performance inside a New York gallery, rapping right in front of people's face. The whole thing was clearly inspired by the legendary performance of Marina Abramovic, the artist is present, where she sat in silence for over 700 hours at MoMA staring into people's eyes. Jay-Z took that concept and made it his own. And Marina was totally on it. But, plot twist. Later on, Marina publicly said that she felt used by Jay-Z, claiming he never made the donation he promised to her institute. But Jay-Z calmly pulled out the bank receipt. Turns out Marina's team hadn't told her about the donation. A little drama never killed nobody. And honestly, this video is one of the most iconic things we've ever seen. So yeah. Jay-Z and Marina Abramovic.
So you see, like I told y'all before with these black celebrities, because they're very influential. So these people aren't always signed for their talent. We can see that especially now. But they'll use them as, we need to use your face for this because you're more popular than ours. Our celebrities are our people. Don't nobody know who Jay-Z is signed to, the people that signed this check. Don't nobody care. But they know Jay-Z. So check out this Tom Petty thing where they're showing this in videos. See, they say art imitates life. And I'm going to tell you, it does, man. It does. So let's get here, because we're speaking about the cannonball aspect of it. Again, this is a Gentile thing. This is a practice that did not originate anywhere in the Hebrew. Anywhere you won't find it. So where did it originate from? We know who is the author of confusion and who is not, correct? So it says, curse, this is Deuteronomy 28:18, and we're going to jump to 55 and 57. It says, curse shall be the fruit of thy body and the fruit of thy land, the increase of thy kind and the flocks of thy sheep, so that he will not give to any of them the flesh of his children, whom what he shall eat. So the fruit of your body, your children are the fruit of your body. It says curse. This is part of the curses, man. Okay. His children who he shall eat, because he hath nothing left him in the siege and in the straitness wherewith thine enemy shall distress thee in all thy gates. So the Romans basically, when they did the siege of Jerusalem in 66 AD, they weren't warring against people that looked like them, because the people that did flee, they fled into Africa. We talk about tribes like the Limba tribe, the Ashanti tribe, the Yoruba tribe, the Igbo tribe. These are all Israelite tribes. Now, of course, had they mixed in? Of course. Yeah, we know. I mean, we mixed in here too. But I'm saying these were people that fled. They didn't flee into Rome. You know, they didn't flee into Spain. They fled into Africa during the siege. That should show you one thing. But those that couldn't flee, the Romans had a tactic where they would cut off water. They would cut off food going in and out. So basically like the C-19 thing, going back to that, where you can't leave the house. You can't buy or sell. You're just stuck there. And if you don't have enough and it runs out, luckily stores were open. But just imagine for me for a sec, if it wasn't, you would just be sitting there going crazy. I mean, I've read about this. The book of Josephus talks about people was eating grass, people was running, and I mean, the city was surrounded, man. Went over this a few times. So some people did succumb to indulging on one another for food and sustenance. Okay, being throwing a cannonball. They did. But when I've heard atheists and non-believers read this and say, see, the Most High is saying you should eat each other. What? No, that's not what that's saying. He's, again, no understanding. So let's talk about the men. So let's talk about the women here. It says, and toward her young one, right, that cometh out from between her feet, and toward her children which she shall bear, for she shall eat them for a want, for what? Want of all things secretly in the siege and the straitness. We were sieged. Wherewith thine enemies shall distress thee in thy gates. This is what's going on, family. This is what was going on. Like I said, this wasn't the first time that they did this. Okay, this wasn't something that was, just unheard of or whatever. But yeah, let's keep going. So we get to the Battle of Alesia, okay? Just as an example, the Battle of Alesia during the Gallio Wars, Caesar, right? Khazar trapped the chieftain Vicerentorix, excuse my pronunciation. It says, and an army of roughly 80,000 Gauls inside the hilltop fortress of Alesia. To avoid a costly assault, Caesar employed a blockade and established, albeit passive, Roman strategy to starve defenders into submission. Julius Caesar's 52 BCE siege of Alesia is the most famous historical event where Roman tactics indirectly forced a besieged population to the brink of cannonballs. Okay, so this is what they do, and you know that ain't cannonball, but for, you know, all intents and purposes, cannonballs. You dig what I'm saying? They force people into that. Okay, so let's go all the way forward. Let's go for the millennia and a half. Let's go down to Jamestown in the early 1600s and their struggles.
Most colonies fail. Most colonies were lost colonies. And they usually failed within the first 12 months for a variety of reasons. Extreme weather, lack of supplies, Indian attacks.
2 years after its founding, the desperate colony of Jamestown still cannot feed itself. Already, this is the third expedition sent to Virginia, a third emergency rescue mission. Perhaps this time, Jamestown will be saved.
So the young girl is part of this great effort to re-establish the colony. And there was a grand vision for an English New World, an English America, that would in time rival the great Spanish Empire to the south. This fleet carried the hopes of the nation, and she went with those hopes too.
Okay, it says here, Douglas Owsley, the division head for physical anthropology at the Smithsonian's National Museum of Natural History, presented today a forensic analysis of the 17th century human remains, proving that survival cannonball-ish tactics took place in historic Jamestown. So long story short, what he's saying is in Jamestown, when the settlers got there, they didn't know how to farm. They couldn't work the land. They couldn't get fresh water. And you put those three together. And then they're dealing with the tribes that were around there. And eventually that's the whole only Thanksgiving, or we call Thanksgiving on this channel. Thanksgiving that they had was the first one where the Indians, or I should call them the natives, the real natives, the brown copper tone ones, had went and said, you know what? Okay, let's have peace. We see you here. We've been fighting. We're going to show y'all how to work the land. And they showed them how to work the land, get resources. And ever since they learned how, you see what happened with Manifest Destiny. In the words of them, their God said that they should take over all of the country and push all the real natives, the real copper tone natives into what reservations and kill them off, mixed with those that they didn't kill off, and then have these other, you know, looking people claiming that they're natives, do the Dawes Act. We went over this as well, you know, but this is just showing a little bit of a real American history that they're not teaching in schools, because before the natives helped them, because they're gonna, you know, I've seen posts, I showed y'all this years and years. On Thanksgiving, you go on some of these pages, not even the full SWS pages, but just the regular, you know, so-called white American pages that are like super duper American. They'll say, oh yeah, this land was conquered, not stolen. No, you came here dying. There was compassion had for you to help you survive. And in turn, what did you do? You acted like a virus and killed all the people. And literally called it genocide. Literally, and I was showing, I'm not meaning to get off subject, but I remember showing this one so-called white fella years ago, you know, just having a conversation about this. And, you know, he was under the, you know, oh, it was a war. It was a war. I'm like, no, it wasn't a war. You know, now were some tribes warring? Yes, but there were other tribes, just like in Africa, there's some tribes warring, but then there's some tribes that's peaceful. Same thing over here. But I was like, but they killed everybody. They didn't just kill the tribes they was beefing with. They killed everybody. It was like, and they wrote that they were going to do that. And I'm like, that's why they established Thanksgiving. That's why, because at first it was just like a one-time celebration kind of thing, and it fell around the Israelite feast. You know, when you think about the 7th month, September, and things of that nature. So it was kind of like a meet and greet thing, you know, and that wasn't an ongoing thing. What happened was when they started slaughtering them and taking them out, they would have feast, family. When they would take these tribes out, they would sit there and have feasts. Now, I'm not going to say they was feasting on them, but hey, we know that they kept skulls and bones. We know this, the whole skull and bones. Speaking of skull and bones, the whole skull and bones, when you see the picture of all those so-called, you know, good white folk sitting there, that bone is said to be the bone of one of the chief natives. So come on, this whole cannonball thing is nothing new. And furthermore, what I was showing the brother was that they wrote, it was General Lee, I believe, had wrote in the letter that we just need to kill them all. We just need to exterminate them all. And then Washington, who said this, but I'll show the picture here. But the president said that, you know, we're going to have one day of celebration for all of this. And they called it Thanksgiving. So, you know, rob, steal, kill, be a cannonball, Thanksgiving. But they were doing the cannibal thing or the cannonball thing to each other first because they couldn't survive. This is a thing of desperation. So, but at the same time, they have a culture of it, especially their elitists. And these so-called Gentiles follow their elitists. They follow their kings, man. You can't tell them that they don't. Go out here and talk crazy about Joe Biden to a blue-haired, green-haired person. Go out here and talk crazy about Trump to a person wearing a red hat. They will be ready to fight you like you talked about their mama or daddy. Stop me when I lie. Just stop me. Okay, let's get it. The findings answer a long-standing question among historians about the occurrence of cannonball-ish activities at Jamestown during the deadly winter of 1609 through 1610, known as the Starving Time, a period which about 80% of the colonists died. Who were they colonizing? Something to think about. Who were they colonizing? The announcement was made with chief archaeologist William Kelso from the Jamestown Rediscovery Project at Preservation, Virginia, and the historian James Horn, vice president of research and historical interpretation at Colonial Williamsburg. Each expert provided context about the discovery and the history of the site. So these are experts. This ain't just a guy on YouTube talking. I'm just a deliverer of the message. These are the people that are there on site doing the tests, are experts in their field of knowledge, saying that these people turned cannonball one against each other. But then come out low, yeah, it was great and we conquered and no, that wasn't the story. That wasn't the story. It's like, you ever been with somebody that, you know, scared to fight or can't fight, and they'll get into it with somebody and y'all leave and y'all go somewhere else and you be talking to a group of people and they be like, yeah, and I told them this and I was doing this, and you looking at them like, nah, bro, I was there. That's not how it went down. These people rewrite history. So the stuff I just read to you will never be read in the history book. So you see this pic here with Amy Winehouse as a body cake, and this thing really blew me, man. Like, the pictures I seen like this, and I haven't seen these in a while, but you know, I brought them back out for this lesson. What is wrong with these damn people, man? Like, there's nothing. Like, I love to eat. For the last few years, you know, I've had full custody of my boys, and you know, I cook. We go out every now and then. I get some takeout, but for the most part, I cook, and I never once wanted to like have a body part look alike, or I seen, you know, the little things that people have. And again, I'm no, you know, professional. I think I get down, but man, I seen people like make like a cake out of, but it looks like a glass of orange juice, and you cut the orange juice and it really be a cake. Like, that's amazing. All praise to the Most High. People got talent that I can't touch. But I never thought to do that. And I might do something like that if I got some time and, you know, got the supplies and, you know, maybe move a little bit forward in life, a little bit higher, where I can have the resources to do that kind of stuff. I would like to do a couple things. But look here, I don't want no body part, bro. Or no body. Like, who thinks like that? These people think like that.
Oh, what do we have here? We got Zena's Cakery. I'm 34 years old and I love watching people do everyday tasks. Is this gonna be like an Egyptian mummy? No, this is Superman.
What? Do you ever regret anything you say?
Not a drop.
Yeah, sorry for breathing the same air you breathe.
They call me Tuesday slips.
Well, nah, this Superman got blue legs, though.
Just always worried about what I'm gonna say in the press.
This is Spider-Man. Spider Pig. Spider Pig does whatever a Spider Pig does. She's making a whole cake in a body? Jesus Christ. No way. Does this Spider-Man have a holy spiders? The striations. The patience. You can eat this? Oh. She about to put him on a damn motorcycle? Oh, no. No fucking way. Crossway? How do you trust? No. Oh my God. She just set her booty on that. You supposed to be eating that. No fucking way. I bet this cake was about $30,000. That's how much I would have charged. Can you do this in my brain? This is so cool.
So you see there with Zina's Cake Bakery, and this guy in the beginning says something like, I like to see people do, I think he said normal things, or, bro, this is not normal. It's not normal, especially for our people. We don't have a history of this. Except for when we went off astray from the Most High. That's why we're dealing with their gods. That's why we're dealing with their practices, because we went astray. Let's get to this AI overview. I told y'all we're going to start using just the overview. I'm not a big AI person, man, for obvious reasons. But it says here on the overview, in the King James Version of the Bible, consuming animal blood is strictly forbidden. Don't come to me and say, what if I get a medium rare? Nah, bro. We not dogs, man. Cook the meat. I ain't saying it got to be dry like a piece of toast, but it needs to be cooked thoroughly. It can still be juicy and good. You need to have a good cook on deck. You dig what I'm saying? The scriptures teach that the life of the flesh is in the blood. So these people know that. So these people that ate us and ate natives and they know that. They want to be you. This is what the whole Get Out was about. The whole brain transplant. They want to be you. They envy you, family. And God commanded humanity not to eat the life with the meat. We're not supposed to eat that. And some vegans will say that. So that's why we shouldn't eat meat at all. Bro, that's not what it's saying. Maybe mama made me cuss. I'll pray. I'm trying to get myself together. But no, that's not what that's saying. That's saying that blood, brother. You cook that out of it. The whole Passover thing. Come on, man. Come on now, dog. So let's get to Deuteronomy 12 and 23. Only be sure that thou eat not the blood, for the blood is the life, and thou mayest not eat the life with the flesh. Again, the life is in the blood. We're not supposed to be dealing with that. This whole thing, the vampire, the whole sinners. This is you getting my conspiracy theory tinfoil hat on. This is why I think they made sinners so big. I'm not saying Michael B. Jordan ain't a great actor. I do enjoy his movies, but let's keep it a buck. Well, we talk about the elite. We're not talking about being entertained. If you want to be entertained, there's plenty of celebrity gossip channels on YouTube. We're not talking about that. We're not doing that. We're talking about what the elites promote. They do this stuff, so they're going to celebrate it in movies, film, and etc. Ephesians 1 and 7. In him we have redemption through his blood and the forgiveness of our trespasses according to the riches of his grace. See, we have to believe in Christ being real. We have to believe in his bloodline, fam. That's why I did that lesson on bloodline. We have to believe that he came in the flesh and blood. Because the scripture, if we don't believe that, we just don't believe the scripture. We don't believe the Bible. Because the Bible says that. So his blood is important, see, but Christ wasn't asking us to, quote unquote, drink his actual blood. He wasn't asking us to eat his quote unquote actual flesh. It was symbolic, man. Man, like a lot of times when he spoke, if you really read his words, you read the red letters, call it the red letters. He spoke in parables. Sometimes he spoke like direct, but many times he spoke in parables, and he spoke in metaphors and similes. And if you understand, me being an artist, I understand these things even beforehand. If you're in the authors, you're in the reading, have that understanding. That's colorful language. That's why certain artists blow up and their lyrics are talked about for so long, because it painted a picture. He was just painting a picture. See, think about this, family. When Christ returns, when Yahshua returns, aren't we going to get new bodies? Everybody should be raising their hand, right? Correct. What's a body without blood? What's a body without blood? Do you know that when they take somebody to the morgue, they got to drain them? What's the use of the blood in the body if the body is dead? Are y'all following me here? What happens when you get hurt? God forbid this happens to anybody. This is just an example. You get hurt and you need a blood transfusion, family. Right? Does that not sustain your life? So that is what he's saying on a metaphorical, spiritual sense, that when we do the Passover and, that week of unleavened bread, we take the unleavened bread, we eat it, we take the wine, we sip it. We're saying during that Passover, we were spared in order to live and go into the land of what? Milk and honey. Go back into the kingdom of that the Most High gave to us. So more so with Yasha being the representation of that lamb, when he returns, we'll have new bodies and we will have new blood. This stuff that we got in us, these bodies, they got wear and tear on, especially if you above 30, 35. I know you feel the back pains and the muscle aches and all that. Like, we got to get on our Dr. Sebi. Shout out to my brothers on the teas and all that, and the protein and working out. I'm right there in step with you, because we've worn these bodies down. So when he's saying that we agree with his blood, that we're taking on his principles, not we're literally taking on like consuming him. He wasn't asking the disciples to do that. You did? So let's get to Revelation 1:5. And Yahshua HaMashiach, who the world calls Christ, who is the faithful witness and the first begotten of the dead and the prince of the kings of the earth, unto him that loved us and washed us from all our sins in his own what? Blood. How do we do that if we reject it? If we reject him, how do we do that? We gonna perish with the world otherwise. And I say we because that includes me. I'm not excluded from any of this. That's why I say we in this together. But we all got to make our individual choice. Let's get to John 15:13. Greater love have no man than this, that a man laid down his life for his friends. So things that Christ was saying and doing, you have a lot of people scoff and mock at, but he laid down his life for us. And you got people making fun of him, and the elites painting him into a different nationality, into not who he was, lying about his story. You dig what I'm saying? Why are they doing that? Because their culture doesn't have any structure when it comes to righteousness, family. The people ruling this world, I'm gonna say that again. The people ruling this world, their culture has no structure when it comes to righteousness. Whatever they think is right in their heads. And sad to say, many that look like them, many that share their same bloodline or share their same nationality, they say the same thing. They think it's cool I'm gonna get ahead of myself, but they think it's cool when they do it. Put like that. So let's get right here more into the cannonball thing. Oh, and back to him laying down his life. Whenever, you know, the culture says like a soldier or a security guard or a cop or maybe an off-duty citizen, you know, reaches out and try to save somebody from a flood or from a explosion or a shooting or something like that, and they die, they're honored as heroes, and rightfully so. But how much more Yasha, man? How much more him though? Because that's who they need in order to make it to the kingdom. So how much more of him is that sacrifice more precious? But what they turn sacrifice to is something wicked. These elitists, they turn it into something wicked. So let's look at these Cannonball EP files.
I don't want to do it anymore. I don't want to kill anybody. Or hurt anybody.
She was made to take a gun and put it up to someone's head. It was another child, and pull the trigger. We found out she had been defecated on, that was smeared all over her body and put in her mouth. My children have talked about all of those things and worse. They've talked about having to kill other children.
How many babies did you say they had that night? They only had one that I had to kill. Mm-hmm. And then they made me kill it. And then after that, they made me get on the table, and then they sodomized me.
So you see here, family, this whole statue in Switzerland. And I just guessed it was Switzerland, and, you know, it was. So, you know, again, been reading through this stuff for a while. Had to bring back a lot of it. But when I look at it, right, it's worldwide. It's not just Switzerland, though. It's not just Switzerland. It's not just one place. It's not just the EP guy. It's not just this person over here. It's not just Diddy, you know, as a scapegoat. No, it's worldwide with the people that are the J3 Dub 9 affiliates and bloodline. And the whole thing, you know, that's who we supposed to vote for. This is who we're like, family. And I say this with respect to anybody listening to this video and anybody that may come across it. But it really makes no sense. You think you're going to vote your way out of this system. If you really know what this system is about. There should be our ancestors that died for us to vote. You understand? We're not just us to vote just so we can just say, hey, I voted, and wear a t-shirt and go do the Tootsie Roll. No, they wanted us to vote in order to have a say in what happens in our communities. That's what it was about. But if we vote for a law, even if they pass it, if they don't enforce it, like we vote for a law like that no PDFs should be living, which there's a law of that. I think it's 500 yards or 1,000 yards of a school. But what makes the difference if they don't enforce it? Yeah, there's a law in the books, it's not enforced. What's the point? So we're voting for these people, and these people are straight Satanists. These people show who they are. This whole hunting people thing, like, I gotta be careful talking about this, man. I gotta be careful. But they do this, and I've known that they've done this. And it's hard to speak about because it's so far from the reality that we're told and that we see when we don't do any research or any kind of study into where these things in our culture, or I should say the culture that was given to us, came from. We just take their word for it, just like we take their word for everything else. And this is really a message to the Gentiles here. What they're telling you in these movies, like you see this movie with Ice-T, it's called Surviving the Game, and the movie The Pest with John Leguizamo. You look at these movies, this is real. Now, The Pest was more of a jokey comedy, Survival the Game more of a drama. But the same thing, they were hunting people and minorities, both black and I believe he's Puerto Rican. I know he's Latino, but you get the point what I'm saying here. That's not That's a play on what their forefathers did. They never changed. So for you as a Gentile following and upholding these people and defending it, by you defending it, you lay hand in hand with the wicked. Because being a Gentile ain't a death sentence. We're going to talk about that more in the second part of this feature, but it's not a death sentence. But what you agree with, what you idolize, and what you idealize, I don't know if that's a word, but your ideology rather, if that's what you're doing, well, you're not no different. Let's get to Galatians 5:15. But if ye bite and devour one another, take heed that ye not be consumed one of another. Because the whole thing, like this Black Panther shirt I got, right? The gangs came from that because COINTELPRO, again, dealing with the elitists, came in and broke it up, and the people in the organization divided out, you know, brotherly love, overcoming oppressive dominion. That's the blood. Overcoming oppressive dominion of who? Of who? Crips. Community resistance in progress. We're resisting, and this is something happening in progress. Resisting who, brother? Resisting who? Even the GDs, let's go to Chicago. Growth and development. Growth because of what? Development because of what? Why aren't we already grown and developed? What is holding us down? See, it's the same system I've been talking about on this channel. This is why I could talk to brothers with their pants sagging and with bandanas on, because I understand the game. And I want to give everybody the game, because everybody deserves to hear this truth. Everybody. You dig what I'm saying? But what it say? If ye bite and devour one another, take heed that ye be not consumed of one another. This is why what it turned into, what the whole gangs have turned into, this gang banging culture. You're biting and devouring one another, and you're consumed of one another. What successful gang members can you point out in your city? And even if you can, how long they gonna be that way? How long they gonna be successful? All that stuff got a shelf life, because we took on the ways of our oppressor. They bite and consume one another. The Irish be beefing with the Scottish. The English beefing with the Spanish, beefing with the Portuguese. You dig? Beefing back with the Scottish, and they got their own infighting in the Romanians, and you see what Putin and what's the other brute, Zelensky. They always been beefing with each other. They talk about the tribes in Africa, and they talk about the native tribes, that they were savages because they were fighting each other and killing each other, but they were truces. It wasn't like all of them was beefing. It was truces. It was ceasefires. See, but one thing that the SWS system gets on code is that if one of us walk into the room, it don't matter if one's Irish and one's Italian. If we're watching a boxing match and let's say the fighter from America is black, you fill in the blank. Tyson, whoever you like, Ali, whoever you like. We walk into a bar, we're watching a boxing match, the black guy, American, right? But then there's an Italian white guy. Who you think they're going to cheer for? And this is something that I've seen. And maybe not in the bar, but let's go online, on the comments section. Come on, man. Come on, man. And if we win, we're savage. If we lose, we're weak anyway. So you can't win with this SWS stuff. Speaking of SWS, I want to get into this next section, because SWS is the system of so-called white, you see the word there. But I want to talk about it from a religion, spiritual context, because it's talked about, and people will make posts and people will make great information about it, but very rarely do I see where it's brought into it's a religion. Now, I have heard some brothers talk about it from a religious aspect, and you know, on this channel we look at things from a spiritual nature. So let's talk about this for a second. So from the spiritual nature, we're gonna look at some videos here, and then we're gonna come back and talk about the religious nature during this time of the Gentiles. So just like we talked about in the last section, the cannonballism, all that stuff, that is a thing of Gentile nations, especially, we're talking especially at the top. and they're cool with using the common folk of their own as cannon fodder. But now we're going to get into the mental and the religious aspect of it.
You don't understand, and you're very discouraged in the United States from asking this question for some reason. It's a foundational question. But I just want to get to the point that forms the basis of this whole conversation, which is who has a right to the land?
Deuteronomy 28, verse 68. And Yahweh shall bring you into Mitzrayim, Egypt again with ships. And the way of which I said to you, you shall see it no more again. And there you shall be sold to your enemies for slaves and female slaves, and no man shall buy you. And that is what happened to the regal class of the house of Judah. The history of slavery? Why? Ask the bloody question. Why are they only teaching you the history of slavery as far back as the 16th and the 17th century? Why are they only going that far back? Because they don't want you to go farther back than that, because then you'll actually find out the truth. And you've got to understand and question, why do they do this throughout the whole of America, in all the public schools? Why do they only go back as far as the 16th and the 17th century to talk about slavery? Because Islam designed infernal slavery. And then the Ashkenazi Khazars, those who say they are Jews and are not, are the ones that marketed it. And the regal Negro nomads, exiled from the kingdom of Judah, were the main recipients of it at the hands of the indigenous black Africans. Because you've got to understand, the regal class of the house of Judah came down from Israel, and they came into the land of the black Africans. And the black Africans resented the regal class of the house of Judah in their land, because they had laws, they had customs, they had civility. And they were a regal class of Negro that came down into Africa. And later on, it was the Ashkenazi, the Islamic slave traders as well, that then worked together with the indigenous black Africans to enslave the regal house of Judah. This is what we've got to understand, but you've got to go back before the 16th century to understand the roots of it. And there were white Ashkenazi Khazar ship owners. There were the buyers and the sellers. And they're not going to fill you in on all of this, but really you've got a four-tier system. Number one, you have the Negro nomads that were exiled from the kingdom of Judah. Number two, you had indigenous black African hunters that resented the regal Negro nomads that had come into their territory with their own customs, with their own laws that were different and would not assimilate into their tribal culture. They were their own tribe. They were the regal house of Judah. And number three, you had Islamic trappers that worked with the indigenous black Africans to trap the regal Negro house of Judah. And then you had them sell them to the Ashkenazi ship merchants, along with many Portuguese and British Ashkenazi. You see, it's just like Al-Qaeda today. Or is it ISIS, or is it ISIL, or is it IS? I mean, right? Let's just change the name as much as possible to throw you all off so you really don't know what's going on. Let's keep switching the identity to hide the people. Why don't we just keep renaming you? Are you Negro? Oh, no, you're not Negro. No, you're colored. No, you're not colored. You're African American. And this is what they name you. the slavers name you this? Because I know a white guy who grew up in South Africa, and he now lives in America. He is an African American, and more African American than most. Do you see how African American is a misnomer? It's a misnomer. Don't check that box.
Hey, yo, Quantic, run them bands up.
So you see that, you know, that footage I just showed you, and this whole thing with this this whole thing with this Paris Fashion Week. When you look at some of these fashion shows, and I've encouraged people for years, just, hey, if you think I'm speaking crazy about these people, these Gucci and Fendi and Balenciaga and all these other ones, just go look at one of their fashion shows. This is their time. Now, granted, somebody out the hood, somebody, you know, from the neighborhood, the block, the spot, they can come out with a clothing line and it blow up. But that's just because we're fashionable people. Can you say that about all of them, though? The ones that make it to the top. I'm speaking especially on that. These people is freaked out of their mind, man. Look at this, man. Are you looking at this? These people be walking around with boats on their head. Like, who gonna go somewhere with that? The only place that is I can see anything even remotely close, it gotta be like a music video or like some kind of artistic theme kind of thing. But it would have to be in the presence of like music and a message somehow. Like if you want to have people in change. But again, I've seen our people do that kind of stuff, you know, but they act like somebody's really gonna buy $1 million boat dress or, you know, or $1 million. They got women walking around with tubes on like they at the water park. But like, imagine meeting your woman like that, fellas. Y'all out there dating. You go on a date, you meet a sister. You like, all right, you know, she look good. She seem like she got her head on straight. You know, let me see what she about. And she pull up at the restaurant and get out with a tube on. One of these items I'm showing you here. Check, please. You know what I'm saying? We out, man. Like, hey, man, I'm out, man.
Elvis stole his whole flow, bar for bar.
Well, they showed him the song, and
Elvis, they would play the song through, yeah.
and then he recorded the tune, I suppose.
Now, we were talking about this afternoon. Is it true that when he heard you performing the material, that he would imitate your style when he recorded the song?
Well, they did come out very close to the demos that we did.
Did you feel funny about him imitating so closely what you were putting on tape, or not?
Well, no, I felt a little funny the first time, and then after he sold 4 million, I didn't.
And this will be Don't Be Cruel, as it was initially written, by Mr. Otis Blackwell. Otis, go on over there and do this for us.
You know I can't be found, sitting home all alone. And if you can't come around, well, at least please telephone. Don't be cruel to a heart so true.
So you see here, and I just seen this thing just the other day. And I used to have a saying back in the world, you know, Elvis is their Tupac, you dig? But who did Elvis get his whole style from? You know, and it was even said that he would sneak and look into black clubs, black jazz clubs at the time. And, you know, when you look at jazz, rock, all of that, blues, rap, of course, all these music genres, it came from us. It came from us, man. And it came from us dealing with the oppression, rapping about it, rapping about things we was going through, or singing about it, or making an expression just through instruments like jazz about it. And they took it, man. I'm sorry to tell some of these Gentiles that. I'm not sorry. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna say that lie. I'm sorry that you're upset. You know what I'm saying? But if you do any research, that's where you got it from. That's where rock and roll. Now you took it and changed it into something else as a nation. But hey, never forget where you came from, where you got it from. So the whole thing, you see here, the black farmers, you know, 16 million acres. This is coming out of captivity, out of bondage, owning all this acreage. What happened? And this is the whole thing, because I'll hear channels, and I'll speak on, I don't like to speak on channels, but there's a channel called The Better Bachelor, and there's a guy on there, his name is Joker, and there was another one I can't remember at the time, but it was him and another one I used to watch until they started getting into this whiny stage and not understanding their history. They can see most of the stuff I'm pointing out here. Again, the time of the Gentiles, that their forefathers their current forefathers, I mean the people ruling now, are wilding out. They can see that, like, why are they doing this? Why are they doing that? They're messing up the system, blah, 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 and this and that. But then you'll turn around and say, you know, it's hard for us. It's hard for us. And, you know, now white men are being targeted. And to their credit, they do have a point. Somewhat. No, it's not that you're being targeted per se. It's now, since you've taken on the ways of your wicked forefathers by condoning things like Thanksgiving and Thanksgiving and July 4th, when you had my forefathers enslaved, and condoning all these things, and even defending their action, defending Christopher Columbus, defending, you know, all these presidents. What was the one that had the babies, the mixed babies? What was his name? He's on the 20, Andrews. Defending all of this stuff. And now you're wondering, okay, oh, so that's the side of the fence. Now society is like, okay, well, that's where you at. So now you've de facto, by your defense, have become a target. But they haven't targeted you for real yet. They're just calling it out. We were targeted. We were lynched and everything, and hung from trees and beaten and kept out of jobs. You haven't hit all that yet. I ain't even gonna hold you. Because one of the biggest lies is that they tell is that, you know, a poor white person is treated just as bad as a black person. You was a damn lie. And the truth ain't in you if you believe that. Okay? Ain't no way. So what happened to my forefathers owning 16 million acres of land? What happened to that? So I can't, when I talk about that, they want to label it stuff like woke and BLM and black fatigue. They always got some new name, right? They always got some new name for it, which, you know, of course, they're going to put the worst of us out there like Sexy Red, which real black people don't even like. You know what I'm saying? People like Kodak Black. Now, these people may be influential and have their talents in their respective areas, but they don't promote them for that. They promote them when they get out here and start acting stupid, acting like a damn coon. So then they can put that plate on everybody. Just like the girl Clarissa Shields. She had a pathway to actually make some things happen, and with her image, like Layla Ali, for example. She don't have a blemish on her image like that, as far as I know. But you got this girl, Clarissa Shields, sleeping with a married man, and maybe he wanted to get divorced, couldn't get divorced, wife was holding it up. Okay, whatever. But then you get out there, you're fighting, you're beefing, you're loud, you're cackling, you're uncouth, you're just ghetto, man.
And you know, when you with your friends and you got letting your hair down, I'm not one of them people you got to sit up straight and read from the book and look back. Nah, be, you know, relax. But you got to understand, when you go on to stuff like events, when I'm taking my woman to the mayor's ball, or ladies, when you taking your fella to, you know, a gala event, you know, where y'all trying to make some moves in society and be prosperous and gain that generational wealth, you don't want him in there with a do-rag and the black and mild. You don't want her in booty shorts, you know, the band start playing some shit. Hey, that's my jam. You don't want that. Come on, man. Like, we got to keep it real. But they promote people that promote those images because it further fulfills. Oh, see, this is why they can't make it. Even the most famous of them will get on stage and slap somebody, Will Smith. You dig what I'm saying? So we were directly cursed under this governmental body. This is the whole thing about the Deuteronomy 28. You can't show me where they had offices and agencies that specifically targeted so-called white men or Gentiles. You can't show me that. The closest thing you can show me is the Japhethites, the Asians, you know, when they put them in internment camps, but they paid them for that. Now they own Chinatown and all type of laundromats and stuff all over town. Come on, man. They doing really good in society. When it comes to, I believe, education, they're tops. So miss me with that too. So they don't have any structure that's specifically targeting them. This is why when we talk about racism, the reason that racism, that whole word, is talking about systematic racism, getting targeted at a systematic level from the system. 2nd Esdras 2:28, the heathen shall envy thee, but they shall be able to do nothing against thee, saith the Most High. So they envy us. At the same time, dang, Elvis stole from the real Black Elvis. You know, Eminem got his whole thing from that. You know, what's the dude? Vanilla Ice, same thing. And you know, you got, which I believe Eminem has more respect, at least somewhat, for that. We're not going to get too much of that because he made his little racist freestyles talking about black women. So I don't care for that. You know, I don't care for him. But, you know, you look at these people like DJ Vlad. You know, you look at these people that just come in and just culture vulture the hell out of our stuff and then want to turn their nose up at us. Like, you envying us, bruh. What you mean?
He said I used the word before, but I didn't. I wouldn't use that word ever. That word hurts people.
What I don't understand is that if it's so offensive to them, then why do they say it over and over again?
So Riley said the N-word before you did that morning.
He says it every morning. He calls me nigga. He calls the other kids nigga. He calls himself nigga all the time. Nigga this, nigga that. Nigga please. Bitch nigga, nigga, have you lost your mind? Nigga, check that hoe. Nigga, you bullshitting. Break yourself, nigga. He says it so much I don't even notice it anymore.
Teacher has now received the longest suspension on record for calling a student the N-word. WHAS 11's defender Renee Murphy investigates what happened and why in this story you'll only see on 11.
Valley Traditional High School is in the middle of a racial controversy right now. A teacher used the N-word towards a student. A Boy Scout, a football player, a member of the ROTC, an honor roll student. He was hanging around his teacher's classroom door in December. The teacher told him to sit down, and the teacher says that Keyshawn used the N-word first.
And I just kind of was stunned a second. Well, then get away from the door, nigga. And I repeated the same insult because that's sort of what I've been trained to do.
The school district says that is not what they trained English teacher Paul Dawson to do.
I said it, and I didn't say it, and no one else in the class knows that I said it because I didn't.
Documents from the school investigation show that several of the students interviewed from Valley did not hear Keyshawn say the N-word first. Dawson says that students use the slang version of the N-word at Valley High School all the time. He says Nigger is a racial slur, but says that students use Nigga as often as they'd say dude or hey man. And Dawson says as much as he does not like the word, he still used the slang version to feel more comfortable with black students.
Last week in lunch, Riley says to a classmate, "Can a nigga borrow a French fry?" And my first thought wasn't, "Oh my God, he said the word, the N-word." It was, "Now how is a nigga gonna borrow a fry? Nigga, is you gonna give it back?"
So you see that thing there with the N-word on the Boondocks, and I'm gonna tell y'all something. Like, back in the day, if you really wanted to get me upset, and you know, I lived my whole life in Texas, but I visited all through the South, from Florida, Alabama to Mississippi. And you know, when I was young, about 11, 12 years old, I've seen where like it be race wars. Maybe not race riots per se, but race wars where if I'm a black guy and I'm, you know, walking home from the store, maybe I'm with a friend or by myself, and a group of white kids pull up on bikes, like it might be on, they might say something crazy or whatever. But one of the things that they could say crazy was the N-word. And let y'all know, you know, and this is just coming from, you know, brothers with knowledge, intelligence, and understanding of self and the times we're in and what we got to do. This word don't hold the power that they think it does. Not to say it's disrespectful. It's very disrespectful. You dig? And I'm not saying take any disrespect, you know, but just watch how you take it, because the thing about it, they can scream whatever they want across the street, long as they don't approach you. Because if they scream across the street, you know, they're doing that for a reason, family. I'm just gonna keep it 1,000. They doing that because they scared, bro. You don't hate something and continue to pursue and talk about it. You dig what I'm saying? Like, if I hate, you know, like I hate politics. Like, that's not something I'm into. I study it because it's part of the world that we live in, and I want to know the deception behind it, which is great on both sides of the fence, Democrat and Republican, of course. You know, but I'm not gonna sit up here and watch CNN all day, though. I'm not gonna sit up here and watch Fox all day. Why they watch us all day? The envy, bro. It's the envy. But that N-word don't mean what you think it means, because that was one thing that would get me to swinging. Even back then, you could yell it from a football field away. I'm running for you. So them doing that, they don't even realize they're fulfilling a curse. Let me read it. They're fulfilling a curse against us, Israel. Deuteronomy 28:37, and thou shalt become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword, We're not even called a nation. Black, Negro, African American. That's a byword among all nations, whither the Most High shall lead thee. So this is the whole thing, that's all they got. They ain't got nothing else. What else they got? Because they so busy infighting. This ain't even a time where they focused on us, Israel. Have you noticed the people that pew-pewed at the, you know, the Trumpster weren't us? I know this last guy, but people kind of caught on. And like, okay, yeah, we see what it is. Because every time his numbers start falling, you know, one of these, I call it cinematic event, because that's all it is. It's nothing but lights, camera, action. But you dig what I'm saying, though, family? So let's go ahead and watch some more things. I want to show some more things here.
Now this what y'all women wearing in y'all hair. And y'all paying $3,000 and $4,000, and the Koreans paying little or nothing for it. Koreans paying little leaves, banana leaves, and the Koreans paying little or nothing for it, and coming selling it to the black folks for an arm and a leg. And y'all think y'all beautiful when y'all put this junk in y'all hair. Don't even appreciate the God-given beauty. That's how y'all know y'all brainwashed, man. You can't even stand the sight of your own hair. If Gorilla Glow come out with a doo-doo weave, you gonna have some black women to put doo-doo in them. like a damn dummy.
I've talked before. I don't carry around a stamp on my head saying progressive and I'm AOC, but I have more of a record of getting things done in the United States Congress than anybody you know. Anybody you know of getting things accomplished. And that sounds so self-serving. I know that, but this is going to really be hard. This is going to really, really, really be hard. And let me conclude and turn it over to Kamala, who says, what the hell am I doing with this guy right now? But all kidding aside, I've known you my whole life, most of you. I've worked with you my whole life, most of you. I've been around doing this for a long, long time. I don't always get it right, but I always take responsibility. When I get it wrong, I acknowledge I got it wrong. But my overarching objective, if we cannot make significant progress on racial equity, this country is doomed. It is doomed, not just because of African Americans, but because by 2040, this country is going to be minority white European. Hear me? Minority white European. And you guys are going to have to start working more with Hispanics. Nonstop. Folks like me who were Caucasian of European descent, for the first time in 2017, will be in an absolute minority in the United States of America. Absolute minority. Fewer than 50% of the people in America from then and on will be white European stock. That's not a bad thing. That's a source of our strength. And so we have been, we haven't always gotten it right. I don't want to.
So you see here, you know, and, you know, whenever people try to, when I talk about SWS and they're thinking I'm making a bigger thing of it than it is, and, you know, we came a long way. No, we've come a long way, but that doesn't change the game, though. It doesn't change that the system, like the word says, they slightly healed the wound of our people. Y'all slightly gave us what we really deserve. We haven't got back from this society what we put into it as a people, family. Okay, all of our riches, as it says in Deuteronomy 28, all of our riches, all of our sacrifice, all of our fruit, all of our wealth has been transferred over. They had a 400-year start, man. You dig what I'm saying? So this thing with this blonde weave thing, and when they act like, oh, this don't exist, and no, we don't act like we're superior. Okay, well, why is blonde weave cost more? You got sisters darker than me trying to put this in their head, looking crazy. And I see some good looking sisters, and I see that blonde weave, and I'm just like, why, sis? Why? Don't do it. You don't need it. I mean, any other color, I mean, weave is, you know, a lot of that stuff was sacrificed to other gods. They cut their hair off in India at the temple to sacrifice their hair to gods.
This is the hair received from temple, this type. So each and every unit, they are segregated and do it for tangle free.
Temple which is getting the hair free from the ladies, they spend the money for a lot of charity work. They give poor people feeding, they run universities, they run hospitals. Now imagine the temple there. If there is no market for this, they have to throw it.
Ces cheveux, ils viennent d'Inde. C'est la meilleure qualité de cheveux qu'on puisse trouver aujourd'hui en extension.
Étant donné que je considère que les Indiennes ont les plus beaux cheveux du monde, voilà, maintenant j'ai mon petit côté indienne.
This temple in southern India, thousands of devotees are preparing to make a rather unusual offering. Some of them have waited years for this moment, growing their hair before giving it to the gods. It is a sacred ritual for millions of Hindus.
My daughter was really sick. I vowed to donate my hair if she recovered.
Do you know what will happen to your hair?
No, I do not know, but it will be offered to the gods, and that's all that matters to me.
You know, a lot of that stuff is synthetic, just like this stuff here with many chemicals. And when you put them chemicals in your head and you're wearing it and you're sweating and the all that stuff is going into your scalp, and then you wondering why you got things like alopecia. This is where it comes from, fam. This is also a prophecy of the women of the children of Israel. Did y'all know that? Look at this verse on the screen. It will talk about the crown of your heads. You know, it should be cursed because you are following these other nations. Embrace your natural self. I've been screaming that on Facebook before the red pill. And I got lacerated for it, man. They kicked me out of groups. They said I hate black women. All because I said, show your natural self. I would date a woman with a small afro rather than date a woman with weave all the way down to her calves. It's square business. And a lot of brothers say the same thing. So this whole chemical thing, they're willing to go this far, put all type of chemicals on these plants so that other women can look like the women that they hold in the highest regard with recessive genes. You dig what I'm saying? They've made themselves the top. Like it says in the scripts, I seen servants on horses and kings and princes walking. What is that talking about, Israel? That's talking about us right now. King Joey Biden, right? You know, he don't want to become a minority. Why, Joe? Is being a minority a bad thing? Rules for thee, but not for me. See how it comes into play? See, it's okay when you're a minority and we're beating the hell out of you and all this stuff, but us? Oh, no, we gotta do what we gotta do, and you better. You see how he was talking to that room full of black constituents, even the best of us? This is why I don't get into all that, you know. Shout out to my people that went, you know, to college and joined all these prestigious black organizations or whatever for trying to move forward. But come on, y'all. We got to keep it 1,000. At the core of it, look who they still bow down to White Zaddy. At the core of it. He talking to them like he reprimanding them like he they daddy or something. See, but they wouldn't let a brother talk to him like that. They would push back. Who are you and this and that, and who are you to talk to us like that? And you notice he don't go to the Asians and talk like that. You dig what I'm saying, Israel? He don't go to the Asia community and talk like that. He don't go to the J3W5 community and dang sure don't talk like that, but he'll talk to us like that. Even those of us that are in academia. Obadiah 1, 2, and 3. But he said something in there. Behold, I will make you small among the nations. He's talking to Edom right here. I will make you small among the nations. So they're the minority. They call everybody else a minority. This is part of their religion. You will be deeply despised, deeply despised. This is the whole, now they're feeling like, hey, dang, we're not getting that past like we were getting the last 100 years where we can take over the world and do this. And I mean, y'all, we are dealing with the first free generation of black people. We're talking about after Jim Crow and all that. That stuff was going on in the 50s. So when you get to the 60s, I mean, you're talking about and even in the 60s, you want to argue that civil rights. So the fight for that. And then they brought the drugs and the guns and the gangs and all that. So really, you're looking at the first generation of actually somewhat free black people. And look how far we made it in just that time. And then they wonder why they're despised. The world, one thing about it is during that time frame, the world was seeing how we were treated. And while they're going out trying to be the quote unquote police of the earth, we used to have that in our textbooks. America was the police of the earth. But look how you're doing your own people. That's why Muhammad Ali said, I'm not going over there to fight no yellow man. If I want freedom, I'm going to fight you. It said, the pride of thy heart has deceived you. The whole pride. I use Thanksgiving all the time. I don't have to go nowhere else. Look at how they act on Thanksgiving and 4th of July. And try to tell them, hey, this ain't something we should be celebrating. And break down why. Break down that everybody wasn't free on 1776. And look at their expressions. O dwellers in the clefts of the rocks, whose habitation is in the heights, who say in your heart, who can bring me down to the ground? So that whole thing, of the whole cave thing, because historically they did sojourn in those caves. But we're going to save that for another time because I can go through. But when you see like the Flintstones, and this is something that they made, I'm just putting it out there. That's what they propagate. Now they don't do it right because there wasn't no such thing as cavemen. Come on, y'all. That's just another way to get around that so-called white people came from black people. Dominant genes make recessive genes. But let's get to this video because this is somewhat of what we're going to cover in the next episode. But this is the start of it for the Gentiles watching. In this time of the Gentiles, you got Gentiles asking questions because we don't have no power. We out the game. We on the sidelines. Now they fighting with each other and all these other nations of Gentiles. This ain't our time to fight. This is their time. So you see what they're doing is now they got the youth especially, and even those that kind of the light switches going off. They're asking questions. Why are we doing this?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a Christian man, and I'm just confused why that there's this notion that we might have owe Israel something, or that they're our greatest ally, or that we have to support this multi-hundred-billion-dollar foreign aid package to Israel to cover this, to quote Charlie Kirk, ethnic cleansing in Gaza. I'm just confused why this idea has come around, considering the fact that not only does their religion not agree with ours, but also openly supports the prosecution of ours.
Yeah, so the Jewish writer Moritz Steinschneider invented the term anti-Semitic in 1860. The term would be used to silence all those that dare to expose Jewish crimes. Because of the predominantly character of the regime, the very first piece of legislation approved by the communist regime was the Anti-Semitism Act in 1917. Anti-Semitism was made a capital crime. An anti-communist was regarded as an anti-Semite. Leon Trotsky also started using the word racist to browbeat all dissenters of the communist ideology and to render debate impossible. These words are used still to this day to bully any politically incorrect person into silence. Even more now than ever, they're trying to make it punishable to question or criticize their actions by calling it hate speech, fake news, or anti-Semitic.
So you see here, and the thing about it is, in the biblical text, men never cover their heads. You can wear a mitri. That's a Hebrew garment that goes around the head, more like a headband. It's kind of thick, so it looks like a turban, but the top of it is open. You might see me or other brothers come on these lessons, and we got on a bandana, but the top of our head is uncovered. Sisters do have to cover their head when praying or prophesying. They don't have to cover their head always. But, some choose to, and it's a sign of modesty. Just like when a woman gets married, she comes down the aisle with her head covered. When the groom kisses her, that's right before he does what? He picks up the veil.
You dig? Because she's covered. You know, it's the whole thing. You can read it in the book of Corinthians, but the other religions cover their head and they call it something sacred. They take it very seriously, you know, that they keep their head covered and this and that. And if this so sacred and serious, why are you putting like Nike signs on it and Reebok signs on it? Speaking to this nation right here, why would you do that? Why would you do that? And then go around saying that they're the authority on things in the scripture. Are y'all seeing how backwards and crazy that this is? And they even said, and this been said, I got the clips, I got the footage, I got the information. I might try to run a little bit, I'm trying to do too much, but they said that they run these Christian pastors. They said that the doctrine that the Christian church gets is from the J3 dubs. That's the doctrine that they have. The false doctrine. Now, about God being real, we need to follow Christ. That part is true, but all these holidays, Sunday worship, all this donating and stand by those people, stand by Israel, that didn't come from the scripture. Because if you were standing by Israel as the scriptures came, in the context that the scriptures said it, you'd be standing by us, the children that fit the curses. You wouldn't be standing by Rome. You're standing by Rome. Don't you realize Christ is coming back to destroy the kingdom that's ruling? So how are they ruling it and also the people? That doesn't make sense. It doesn't say nowhere in the scripture that the people of the Bible are going to be running the earth in the end. Nowhere does it say that. The people that are against it will be. So let's get it. Psalms 50, 16 through 21. But unto the wicked Ahiah saith, what hast thou to do to declare my statutes, or that thou shouldest take my covenant in thy mouth, seeing that thou hatest instruction? What did I say earlier? Their culture rejects righteousness and casteth my word behind thee. They cast, when you read these scriptures to a real SWS, a person that is a WS, man, they hate this. They call this hate speech. When thou sawest a thief, thou contendest with him, and thou hast been partaker with the adulterers. What did I say earlier? When they see a thief, thou consentedest to them, which means they consent to them. And thou hast been partaker with the adulterers. The whole swinger culture, the whole cuck culture, CUCK culture. That's who does that belong to? Who does that? When you see it's a thief, you consent to him, like, oh yeah, what Columbus did was okay. What? It says here, thou givest thy mouth to evil, and thy tongue frameth deceit. Who do you think the Most High is talking about here? He's talking about the wicked, man. They do what? They sitteth and speaketh against thy brother, thou slandereth thine own mother's son. This is their infighting. They'll slander their cousin. They'll slander their brother. They're all infighting, but they act like we're the dysfunctional ones. We're hood and ghetto and ain't got no sense and this and that, not realizing that they put programs and systems out to employ us less, incarcerate us more, keep us down. Now, do we have a part to play in it? Of course we do. But like I said, I can point to agencies that they created for this outcome, though. So instead of why don't you take your foot off our neck and let us sort out our own self? You dig what I'm saying? You're beating somebody down and saying that they're down. Well, you got a part in it. They're struggling to get up. Yeah, well, you've been look how long you've been beating them. And I don't use that as an excuse per se, but we can't say it's not part of it at the same time, though. We can't say that. How many times have I showed y'all when they put a resume together to send out, and they'll have one white name and one black name, and the black name doesn't get near as much callbacks as the white name. So check this out, y'all.
You ain't there to talk to no women. You ain't there to walk on the beach. You ain't there to listen to music, have fun, and dance. You just there clutching, because you got problems you done created for yourself in your own personal time. Now you coming to the beach clutching because you feel like somebody gonna do something to you, or you just doing it to look cool. Whether the ski mask at the beach, but my feet will be in that water talking to women on the beach side. You can't relax because these niggas are
of the nightclub scene dying out, some people have been complaining about how much the culture of the club has changed in the past few years. Instead of dancing, people have their eyes glued to their damn cell phones and posting on social media. And we can't forget to mention the cost after paying for parking, entry, and then a section that's at private area with your little bottles. Some just aren't in a party mood anymore. We have beverage director and consultant Bevan Biggers, owner of bars and nightclubs Sean Outlaw, and an occasional club goer Rico Davis. So
to dance and drink and dance. Like I'm coming there to sweat, but it's really hard for me to enjoy myself.
There are places like the Flat fewer and far in between now.
Very few and far in between, but there is like a house movement going on.
The crash is guaranteed because the strip clubs are suddenly empty. This article is a few months old.
100, 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 20, 40. That's it. That's always it.
Where are the $500 days?
What? Everywhere? Like, is it just LA? Because no one goes clubbing anymore. Like, no one even wants to go out. None of my friends have been to the club. I haven't been to a club in months. What happened to clubbing?
Contest, but that also used to include who would have the most women in their section and who would have the most beautiful women. That's not even something a lot of men are even checking for anymore, and it's because they don't like us. They really don't care about the women. They never did.
Speaking of the Romans, the whole thing about a party is the Romans are all about a party. They learned this from the Greeks. That's why you might hear me say the term Greco-Roman. They learned all this from the Greeks. So they were big partiers. They were big about feasts. The Greeks were big about the Pantheon. That's when they had plays and sporting events. You go back to the Olympics, they're running around naked, people in gyms naked today. That's why I say you got to understand what happened before to see what's happening now. And they were big about a party, but you know, Kanye's album title was fire. The No More Parties in LA. No more. The party is over, family. And we like to party. You know, the whole testament of Judah, when Judah was, you know, prophesying to his sons about what they needed to do or needed to avoid in order to be prosperous, he said partying, drinking, and women. Partying, drugs, and women. And we do have an issue with that, family. I'm not going to sit up here and act like we don't. Now, we're getting better, of course, with that. But I'm speaking to the few that's still on that. You're following. That's the Gentile culture. Not saying you can't have a party. Not saying you can't go out. Not saying you can't celebrate. But when you have that as a lifestyle, the night at the Roxbury lifestyle that you brothers and sisters want to lead, you see what happened in Houston. All that partying and they swapping STDs and trading trading cards and fighting and shooting. And I mean, like, this is what it is. But the party's over. The singles events are over. It's over. It's done for. All right, it's just done for. Revelation 18 and 22. Now think about this. This whole chapter is about Mystery Babylon, and it describes what that place is about. And the voice of harpers and musicians and of pipers and trumpeters shall be heard no more at all in thee. Harpers and musicians, that sounds like the music industry. Where does everybody try to make it in music? I don't care if they a European artist, an African artist, a Asian artist, China. When they really try to make it, where they really try to get their breakthrough, in what part of the world, in what country? You already know. And no craftsman of whatsoever craft he be shall be found any more in thee. The sound of a millstone shall be heard no more at all in thee. So no more millstone, no more production. And we've been moved production. Production, when the last time you seen something built in the USA? When the last time you seen that? When the last time Detroit been, you know, the whole Motor City thing? Where's all that? This is not a fast process, family. This is a slow process, but it's a process. So again, let's move it on, changing gears a little bit. You see here the pic with Kyle Rittenhouse, right? He crying and, you know, he's so sad and we need to have empathy on him. But he was a gunner. Don't start crying in the courthouse now. No, you was a gunner. You was out there on gang, on the dead homies, as they say. Wasn't this you? I would have held this up right. I would have held this up right in court. Ain't this you? We need to get this on t-shirts. You know what I'm saying? Is this you? Now imagine if that was a black teenager that did what he did. The judge hugged this man, y'all. He raised all kinds of money. That's the whole lie what I was speaking about earlier. Remember I said, put a pin in that, put it on the bulletin board. Well, let's take it off now. Because they want to say, oh, well, poor whites are treated just as bad as blacks. The poor Irish, oh yeah, they were treated just as, no, they wasn't. They were oppressed, yes. They were treated like the little brother, yes. They were beat up, yeah. I give you that, but they were still part of the family. They were still part of the family. You could beef like a mug with your cousin, but that's still your cousin. But let somebody else come and do that to your cousin. Another nation. I'm speaking of in that time, in that, understand where I'm going when I'm speaking on this. Because Kyle Rittenhouse, for all intents and purposes, he was just a step above a redneck in that sense. But they love their own. This is their religion. You stand by your own, no matter how wicked they are. This is why they stand next to George Washington, who took a slave's teeth out to have a fake, I guess, a veneer back in the day of his own. Then gonna lie and say he had wooden teeth. You know wood and spit don't mix. It would rot. They're wicked ancestors like Columbus, who enslaved all throughout the islands all the way up to America. He's in high regards. Then when his statue gets taken down, oh no, G, you're wrong. Okay. Then when his statue gets taken down, oh, everybody's woke. Okay, hold on. Before you start putting labels, was Columbus living a righteous life or not? Let's start there. Okay, and if he wasn't, what was he doing? He was doing the PDF stuff, all the stuff I've covered so far in this lesson. He's the poster child for it. But they defend it. And think nothing's wrong with it, just like they defend Kyle Rittenhouse. So this whole thing, we need to have more symptovisions, brothers, with some of these other brothers. This black celeb, Harrios Gamos ritual, it just really needs to stop, man. It really needs to stop. But see, they get these guys. They would have been the bucks on the plantation, because all they looking for is something to hit. This is the whole theme that they had on black men for a long time. You look at movies like Woo. You look at movies like How to Be a Player. You look at movies like A Thin Line Between Love and Hate. It was all about guys that was just looking for that thing, as Lauryn Hill say. Now, granted, we do have that testosterone that pushes us to deal with women and desire women and, you know, lust for women. But the thing about it is, when that's shown on a big screen like that, and it's shown over and over, and it's written in books that we're savages and we're insatiable. When you see a lot of race riots that started, just like the Tulsa riot, it started because they said that a black boy or a black male or a black man was ogling a white woman. He just couldn't control himself. Thirsty, as they say today, which wasn't even the case. So when these people get control of Hollywood, you think they're going to promote a good stereotype of us? Absolutely not. No, you're still these people. And we're going to make it look like, you know, this is what you are, and that this ritual, you can't wait to be a part of it. You know, and and it's funny how their racism will leak. Like, this is a random story here. This polo star, like, you are famous. You are now, going to begin your life and be very successful, but you can't put the racism down long enough to be successful. Because it's a religious belief. I'm trying to explain that to y'all, because could nobody tell you to drop the Most High if you really believe in the Most High? Can't nobody tell them to drop racism because they really believe in it, man. That's what I'm telling you. They really believe in it. They're willing to sacrifice careers, marriages, whatever in order to uphold this. Because now it's getting pushed back more than ever. But it's because now it's the time of the Gentiles. Now the Gentiles are being analyzed. Now the Gentiles are about to start their infighting. Let's get to Psalm 55 and 21. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter, but war was in his heart. His words were softer than oil, yet were they drawn swords. This is their culture. They came in, they did this with the natives here. Do you need another example? They did this in Africa, family. They didn't come in Africa warring and shooting. They came in peaceably. They did this in the Middle East just recently. Just recently. And what are they doing to them now? They've been doing it to them since Obama, since Bush. But Bush will go and hug on them and kiss on them. But what do they do ultimately? And just to, go to another layer, the ones that they hugging and kissing on, including Trump, those ones are more than likely descendants of the blue bloods, the Illuminati. You dig what I'm saying? But they common folk, what's happening with them? You already know. So you see here this pic, Chad, I call him Chad the Butler, or Chud the Butler. And, I know a broken clock is wrong most of the day, but twice a day is right. And Dr. Umar said he thinks he's a plant set up by the government. And, I got to say, I kind of, with my conspiracy theory hat on, I kind of agree. Because the way YouTube is so hard on my channel, I can't promote this kind of stuff. If I was, I'm saying his stuff, this Chud guy, or even some of these HBI groups, I can't promote that on my page. They would take me down for promoting hatred. I be promoting stuff. I be having videos with clips of people that are saying, hey, we did this. They're not talking about nothing crazy. They're not describing nothing 53-actual. They're hardly even cursing if they are. And they'll take it down. Say that, oh, this is dangerous. This is dangerous. I'm like, dangerous what? I got a video about boxing and different martial arts and stuff that, we could trace back to the biblical times. They said I was inciting violence. Like, what? But this guy can go viral, have a platform, this and that. And like I said about Myron Gaines, they have these agents out there. This is what I was telling y'all on the preview. So I need y'all to go back and watch the preview, where I'm not going to go into it here because I tried to lay that foundation so we can keep building on it. But this is one of the people I be talking about, that they give these people platforms. These people have traces to government, to high agencies, and they get out here and they are provocating violence. They are rage baiting. They are out here and instigating, antagonizing people, and they seem not to be touched. I believe Charleston White is one of them. Just to keep it 1,000, because he came out and said he agrees with him. He's the same thing. He's about money. It ain't even no joke. He about money. But the whole thing is, for people to say, oh, well, if that's the case, why are you talking about it? If you know he was a plant and he's a racist, okay, even if I give you that, because like I say, this world is a stage, but it's not the show, it's how we react to it. Why did he raise so much money? Who was giving him so much money? It was the average so-called white person in America giving him money to go out here and promote basically degrading and harassing black people. This is what their forefathers did on the plantations. If you were walking from one plantation to another, maybe for a delivery or to bring something, some medicine, some food, you know, that your quote unquote master told you to do, and they could stop you in the road. Hey boy, where you going? You could be a 55-year-old man. Hey boy, where you going? Whose boy are you? And that's the whole, yes sir. Oh no sir, no sir. I was just going down the street. They used to talk with a lisp like that to make themselves seem slow and docile, so that they wouldn't look like a smart Negro. Like, man, maybe you might be getting away. You might be using that as opportunity to go ahead and run away. You dig what I'm saying? So, family, this is what they've been doing. So why are they still supporting him? Why did George Zimmerman's gun sell for $250,000+ for what? For what? It wasn't a gun that a gun enthusiast signed that was a top tier, you know, CEO. No, it was just a gun that shot an innocent black kid. But that's the culture. That's the religion. To hang us from trees, leave us for the beast of the fields, as it says in Deuteronomy. Let's get to Amos 1:11. Been through this a million times, y'all. Read this with me. Thus saith the higher, for 3 transgressions of Edom, and for 4 I will not turn away the punishment thereof, because he did pursue his brother with the sword, and did cast off all pity, and his anger did tear perpetually. That means forever, and he kept his wrath forever. They teach this to their kids. I've showed the doll test. I've showed the color test. And even if they don't directly teach it, they subliminally do. I showed these clips. Let me show them again.
So show me the smart child. Okay, why is she the smart child?
Because she looks like me.
Okay. Show me the mean child. Okay, why is she the mean child?
Because she's way darker.
Okay. Show me the good child. Why is she the good child?
Because I think she looks like me.
Okay. Show me the bad child. Why is she the bad child?
Because she's a lot darker.
Show me the ugly child. Why is she the ugly child?
Because she's like, a lot darker.
What do you think? Shocking to you?
I just think it's because she's... That you like best or that you like to play with?
This one. I like that one.
I'm killing.
This one.
That one?
I like to play with this.
And can you show me the doll that is the nice doll? And why is that the nice doll?
She's white.
And can you show me the doll that looks bad? Okay. And can you...
Is the black doll? And which one is the white doll?
That one.
Which doll is the pretty doll? Which doll is the nice doll? Which doll is the bad doll? Which doll is the nice doll? And which doll is the bad doll? And why is that doll pretty?
Because she's white and she has 2 eyes.
Which doll is the ugly doll? Why is that doll ugly?
Because he's black.
Which doll looks most like you?
Like me?
Yeah, which one looks like you?
And that one.
Okay.
That doll.
here you see, and it's funny because they're doing this thing, I guess, like I said, they're reading the Bible and they don't understand some of these curses is for you. But see, the Most High, you know, he's long suffering with his people. But when it comes to the Gentiles, it ain't long. It ain't long. You got 100, maybe 200 years. He'll let something, it ain't, and that's if that, but it ain't long. So you see here the God of the J3 dubs versus the people in Iran. You see this? I wonder why that's happening. I wonder why what's happening is happening to them. We know that this is now, not to say that they're right, because we went over what Islam is about. Muhammad owned slaves. The Quran promotes slavery, enslaving people. I believe they said 4 out of 6, or was it? No. I think it was 6 out of 10 males died because they were castrating them to be used as eunuchs because eunuchs were more profitable. And this was all financed by Esau. The Arab slave trade was financed by Esau. And then the transatlantic slave trade was then financed by Amalek, who is a descendant of Esau, who, is the J3 dub. So you see here this whole alien demonic connection they have here. Family, let me speak to y'all real quick. This whole thing, aliens aren't demons, okay? But they do have a demonic connection. I'm speaking on the fallen angels, who the world calls aliens. They are the ones that created the giants in Genesis 6. When they created those giants and the giants died, the spirits that came from those giants' bodies were the demons. Okay, that's the connection with witchcraft and all that kind of stuff there. Okay, that's where all that stuff comes from. So, but you see that this is what they promote. Like, they'll, again, going back to me as an example, but they'll take down my stuff, send me all, oh, you need to take this clip out, or this is blocked in some countries. Well, I'm reading from the word, but they'll say this is a country about God. This is God's country and all that, but I can't read from the word, but you'll promote this. I see this stuff all day. That's why I had to show y'all this. I say, man, let me take a screenshot to show the family. Family, come and look at this. Will you come and look at this? This is cool. To promote you to basically fallen angels and demons, but God forbid somebody actually reads the scripture to you in context with the definitions. So the next thing here is the whole Democratic Party. This is also part of their religion. This is just the left side of it. Okay? So right here, this old LGBTQPIAINDP, they got so many dang letters. They got pluses, signs, and the artist formerly known as Prince. I don't know who coming out next, man. But this is part of their religion. This is what they do. This is why when you look at these top elitists and these stars and these EP files, and even with the the Diddy stuff, because Diddy's just following them, not giving him a pass either, but he's just doing what they do. We don't do that. I'm not saying that we etch a sketch clean, but we don't do all that stuff, freaky stuff he was doing in them trials, man. We don't do that. But who's he following, man? Who is he really following? The people that do that. So see here, the Vladimir Putin, because I be seeing Putin quotes and people be like, yeah, see, he's one that got it right. Let me tell you, none of your Gentile kings are heroes. None of them are heroes. At best, when the destruction comes, they'll be helping us get back into the land. And that's Isaiah 60. That's at best. But it's not going to be a large. I don't even think it's going to be the rulers. I think it's going to be maybe those in their cabinet. Maybe a couple of them might be spared. I'm just kind of throwing that out there because Yasha say he taking the crown when he come back. And he says when he comes back in Isaiah 66, I believe, he said, of the peoples, meaning of the Gentiles, there was none with me. He's talking about rulership. There's none with him. So, you see here with this quote, Charlie Kirk's a hero. We know Charlie Kirk had all type of racist stuff because he's promoting the religion of SWA.
I live as a capitalist, okay? I live what I believe. No. What do? I get charity every single year. Hold on. What's my salary? Less than his.
Charlie, take a seat.
Shake, let's go.
Charlie,
what are you doing?
Take a seat.
Psycho?
To being known by basically every single teenager in America with a TikTok account.
especially on the political left, okay? Yeah. Some gun deaths were, quote, unfortunately worth it to preserve the Second Amendment, he said. Acknowledging that he wishes he didn't feel this way, he said, I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. He said the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was a mistake. Now, I realize that all of those quotes come from longer conversations that he had on his show. Correct. But he did say those things. And Charlie is being memorialized by many people as a person who promoted civil discourse, as a person who said, come to the front of the line, let's have a civil conversation. How do you square that with the statements I just read?
I would love for everyone to be able to watch the full and entire clip of what he said. Charlie didn't care what skin color you were. He didn't care what religion you were. He loved excellence.
I hate being lied to. It's not called Palestine.
You don't believe that Palestine have the right to exist?
No, everyone has a right to exist. Show me where it is. It's a non-existent place. I don't think the place exists.
What?
Because it doesn't. It's called Judea and Samaria. The overuse of the word genocide. Because when you keep on using genocide, you're basically trying to cheapen actual genocides that have happened the last 100 years. What? It is an intentional provocation.
Yes. See here, the new Iran leader endorsement. Wonder why they're endorsing him? Because he's following their religion. Do you see why it has a spiritual foundation? This is the spirit. I wanted to cover this first, but I kind of wanted to set the stage because this is all part of their culture, but this is the spiritual side of it. You got to follow their gods. If you're a president, you don't go bow to the Pope and pray to that wall, it's over for you. And this whole God of this world, that's how they treat their leaders. Caesar declared himself God upon earth. Pharaoh declared himself God upon earth. You're surprised, and we know that the Romans follow the Egyptians. How is that, G? Have you looked at the back of your dollar bill lately? All those Egyptian gods are just been whitewashed. The goddess Isis in them, and you know, I don't remember off the top of my head, but that you know, that's your statues of liberty. You know, you're Apollo, that's your Jesus. That's what they did. Because you're following Apollo. Apollo was a Sunday sun god. Christ never was any of that. The Christ of the Bible anyway. But yeah, you see these Charlie Kirk organizers, you see they're being outed. See, because all this stuff is coming to light now. This is what they're about. This is why for the Gentiles that are in it, this is step one. Step two, we're going to talk about in the next lesson. But step one is recognizing it, not making an excuse for it, not sweeping it under the rug, not saying, oh, ain't that bad. Oh, that's not what they mean. Not trying to revise history. It is what it is. So the curses are first to the Yehudi, first to the true children of Yasharal. We're talking about us, the 12 tribes, first to us, but then it's going to go to the Gentiles. Just because they hit us first, it's not going to stay on us. That's why it hasn't been on us. So you see here the Triple K in Mississippi government building. Now you got to think about it. Imagine if, you know, I had a business, or better yet, we're gonna stick with let's say I was a manager of a municipal building, like a archives or something, but it was more like, you know, when you sign a deed for a house, you know, I keep your deed on file. Imagine if I had some gang stuff in there. You know, they come in there, I got some gang, just pick a gang, I got the gang stuff in there, and it's like gang stuff from 1969 when it was formed, and, you know, and notes from the leaders when they was in jail. Imagine, they'd be like, whoa, hold on. We need to go through these records. We need to see we need to do an audit. But see, they're in bed with the Klan. They're in bed with them because they have the same doctrine. This is why they never had an agency to break them up. Never. They just got into law enforcement agencies, really. So you see here, Trump say he's anointed by Jesus, and the white one, yeah, he's anointed by Caesar Borgia, Apollo, Suripris Christos, whoever you want to call him. He's anointed by, because that is a different God. See, the Romans are people of war. That's what you got to understand. Rome people are offended by this. For the Gentiles offended by this, your forefathers are Roman and following the Roman Empire. They've just told you they were righteous and doing it for justice and all this, all these good $10 words that they give you to make you join the forces. But this is ultimately who they serve. And they're self-serving. This is why they don't go die. They'll send you to go die. Yeah, they will do, because they'll use that to say, oh, well, it's on everybody. No, they'll sacrifice their own, but we were targeted. You're being sacrificed, but we're still targeted. But right now, the focus is on you, because you can't blame black people. Have no hand in any of this stuff going on. Israel I'm talking about the real Israel, the Yasharal. I'm talking about the Yasharal, not Israel. The Yasharal, the 12 tribes of the Bible, have nothing to do with what's going on. This is Gentile business, man. So you see this Kamala Harris quotes. How can somebody like this make it that far, man? Like this is the quote. And yes, she's pro J3 Dub. Yeah, she's pro them. So stop thinking from the black people that we ain't got no heroes in this, man. The heroes, you understand, that they give to us are paid for. So Congress right here, you see the whole misconduct bill blocked. Yeah, sure. Let the criminals investigate themselves and be surprised that they find themselves not guilty. And even here, the admitted racist judge, like, you're admitting it. Like, these people can't be this stupid. Like, that this stuff is out there. You can't go type something. You can't send an email. You can't do this stuff without somebody seeing it being documented. It's on a computer. It's on a hard drive. It's some stuff you just can't erase, especially if it's on the internet. It's there forever. And they're still doing it because this is a deeply held religious belief. I would even go so far to say it's an extremist belief. Though not everybody's an extremist, the belief is. You dig what I'm saying? So in Jasher 32:40, it says, and Esau concealed his hatred against Jacob because he was afraid of his life on account of his brother Jacob, and because he imagined that the 4 camps that had lighted upon were Jacob's servants. So this is a part in Jasher where Esau was headed to see Jacob. And when Esau was headed out, the Most High sent 4 angels, and those 4 angels appeared to Esau as 4 large camps, 4 large, groups of people. Like, let's say, like, I don't know, just think like a ROTC team, you dig? And they walking down, and 4 of them met him, and they're like, who are you? Are you Jacob's brother? And they're like, yeah. They're like, oh, okay. Because if you want his brother, yeah, we're the guys that's, basically protecting Jacob. And if you would have said you were enemy, yeah, it would have been on. But okay, you're his brother. And the first one said that, and he was like, okay, I'm still gonna go kill him. The second one, the third one, then the fourth one, he's like, oh man. By that time, he's like, man, my brother's protected. You know what I'm saying? So he ain't want that smoke. So, he fake apologized to him. But once he went back home, and his brethren checked him on it, like, oh, so you didn't take his head off? You left here saying you was gonna do that. He met 4 groups of troops on the road and changed his mind. They like, oh, so they basically called him a chicken, a punk, all that stuff, and you know how that goes. So it continued, but he concealed his hatred against Jacob. That first line, he concealed it. So just because they say, oh, this guy's not a racist, he has black friends, or he donated to black people, that don't mean nothing, man. That don't mean nothing. The most nice, kind, sweet people can be racist. They just know how to hide it well. Because you got to look at their actions. At the end of the day, it's actions. That's how you determine that. Actions, words, and beliefs. And they all formulate through how somebody moves. Just like this, speaking back to, with these people in Congress, like this guy here, he's having an affair. You know what I'm saying? Like, they come and present one way, but they're behind the scenes doing another way. Not to say we all don't slip and fall, but come on, man. You can't be out here. There's a difference from, somebody making a mistake, somebody acting a little bit out of character, to that being their character. You dig? You got to have some kind of discernment to understand this. That's why you see stuff like this, man, with these people being held not guilty, because they're concealing not just their hate, but their culture. They don't want it reveal who they really are. So Ezekiel 34:4, you have not strengthened the weak, healed the sick, bound up the injured, brought back the strays, or searched for the lost. Instead, you have ruled them with violence and cruelty. So I believe he's talking to Lebanon in this verse. But again, when you're speaking of these people that are in rulership, this is what they don't strengthen the weak. People waiting for stimulus checks, man, just get your job, as far as to pay you what you're supposed to be paid, and start stacking for a rainy day. Get your Flee Babylon fund up for when the day comes, and stash for the family, man. That's your best bet, because they're not going to search for the lost. They're, the black girl went down there to Mexico and got killed, and they're saying, hey, we're not going to investigate this. It ain't our problem. Let that have been blind, blue-eyed Luann. Come on, man. They're not. Stop looking for justice from the people that took it, that do injustice. I mean, come on. So speaking back to the Gentiles, this whole thing, this Sinead O'Connor, her exposing the PDF files, in this case the Pope, her ripping that page up on, on her music video, that was like sacrilege. Because this is their religion. This is why she was canceled. You don't speak up against that stuff, especially if you're one of them. Like if you speak up against this for my Gentiles, like, again, we're gonna get more into that on section 2. But when you start speaking up, speaking out, not moving that way, they look at you not worse as us. I'm not gonna say that, but they look at you pretty bad. Maybe like a slight step above, but they look at you pretty bad. You look at people like John Brown, who helped the slaves riots and got them guns and organized with them and fought with them. That's a rare case, but I can say he's way more on the path to being sealed and not saved, but sealed from the destruction than his brethren, because they was cool with it happening to us. He actually not only spoke against it or felt some kind of way, he gave action to it. So and believe he's hated for it. Some of these Gentiles like to use him like, oh yeah, like him. I think like him. I stand. Well, you can't say that and then say you agree with things killing, though, man. Those two are diametrically opposed. Psalms 22:27. All the ends of the earth will remember and turn to Ahiah. All the families of the nations will bow down before him. So those remnant that are spared, they're not going to be doing their own thing. Let me tell you again, the remnant of the Gentiles, we're talking about the time of the Gentiles, the remnant of the Gentiles that are spared ain't going to be doing no Christmas. You're not going to be doing no Halloween. You're not going to be doing no Thanksgiving. You're not going to be saying, oh, that was back then. You're not going to be saying get over it. No, all that is out. And if you don't believe me, read Isaiah 60, because if you disagree, the Most High is going to destroy you. You don't have to worry about anything, because he gonna take care of you. So you see here, again, with their religion, this is stuff that, they don't put this on the news. They don't put their mental health issues on the news, because they got to always have that image. Image is important, man. Remember Sprite had the slogan, image is everything. Well, it ain't everything, but it is a lot of things. It is a lot of things. That's why somebody could pull up and, a stretch limousine, get out with a tailored suit, and you like, oh, okay, got the fresh glasses on, and somebody could be, walking down the street, pushing a cart with bags in it, and you think something else. Image does mean something. We need to stop acting like it don't. So you see J. Edgar Hoover here. They fear somebody rising up with intelligence. They fear somebody rising up with knowledge, especially that's going to uplift our people. Why do they fear it so much? Why do you think they fear it so much? Come on, family. Because they scared of that second Exodus, man. And you see here, this video here with these Tesla ghosts, I believe that technology that they implement is going to reveal a lot of different things. A lot of different things. Okay? And it's going to reveal all this wickedness, man. It's going to be even more so on Front Street, to where you can't make excuses for it. I mean, you can, don't get me wrong, but you really ain't going to be able to at that point. So you see here this lady, Maria Farmer, she's one of the ones that spoke out, and she was ignored because the party must continue. So Numbers 25:6, and behold, one of the children of Israel came and brought unto his brethren a Midianitish woman in the sight of Moses and in the sight of all the congregation of the children of Yasharal, who were weeping before the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. So I'm not going to read that whole story, but a brother brought in a woman, a Midianitish woman, who the Most High told us not to deal with, but he brought her in because the Most High did say Israel should stick with Israel. This is Deuteronomy 7. Okay, we are royal people. And if the Gentiles want us, how much more should we want us? But anyway, the reason that he didn't want us doing that is because they bring in their gods, they bring in their culture and their traditions that are anti-biblical and downright satanic. At the end of the day, that's what it is. That's what it is. Okay? And you can read the book of Tobit, all that. When it talks about the strange woman, it's talking about either they're women of our nation that are dealing with other gods, or just other women outside our nation, but they're also dealing with other gods. That's the whole thing. We're the least of people. So, come on, you can do the math. So you see here this pic with France versus Africa. This is the whole thing. We are taught our history in general from an oppressor's standpoint. We're not taught history from what history is. We don't have people verifying a lot of this stuff that we're taught. And it's really hard because they imprint things on us. They imprint their version of history. They imprint it on us. So when you start telling people, hey, yeah, I know they told you space is real and all this, but you start presenting things to them and you can't break the program. That's like that whole Matrix thing. They don't break a mind after a certain age because people are stuck. So the whole thing with these countries in France where they're rejecting the doctrine and the spin or the narrative that they've been taught by their oppressor. They've been taught all this French history and French this and French that, and they in Africa. One of the first, I remember, posts I was making coming into the truth, sharing in different groups. It was this African girl in there, and she was, oh, you were enslaved and you don't know your history and this and that. And I'm like, girl, you're speaking French and you darker than me. Like, who conquered you? You dig what I'm saying? So it's just the whole thing, you got to reject their false teachings, no matter how much they're accepted by this organization and this science foundation. It's not, if it's not real, if it's not true, it's not real and it's not true. I don't care who says it. I don't care if the POTUS say it. I don't care if your favorite professor say it. It's not real. They got to keep the lie going to keep the funds coming in. They got to. But let's get to it. So Jeremiah 10:2 speaks on this. Now, speaking about the famed Christmas tree here, but it also speaks about other things. The Most High is saying here, thus saith the higher, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at them. So learn not their ways. Their ways ain't our ways. The Most High is telling you, these other nations, their ways are not the ways of the Bible. Okay, so let's keep it moving because we got a little bit more to go here. Hope y'all enjoying the documentation, the presentation. Please like, share, and subscribe. We gonna keep it pushing. So we gonna call this high school or HS because we can't say that word right there. The human thing with the sacrifice thing. We're not gonna say that. We're gonna call it high school. But they have been involved in HS forever. This the whole Burning Man
If you look up the history of Burning Man, where it came from, what it actually means, even when you talk about, like we just talked about Christmas, that was part of a sacrifice. Like they do this stuff. So you see here this pic with Leonardo DiCaprio with the baby in a jar, and this again they collect these things as trophies, like bodies and body parts, man. And you know, and I get so sick of black folk running out wearing this Balenciaga stuff. Oh man, I swear it bring out like an old what it say, not a Protestant, even though that does mean protester, but an old protester spirit when the people used to wear like the wolves and the minks, and they would come out there and throw paint on them. I just want to throw paint on all this stuff, but it probably wouldn't make a difference because the stuff ugly anyway. But this is what y'all are wearing, man. Don't y'all realize that these are the people in the EP files that promote this kind of stuff? This isn't fashion. This is satanic. This ain't got nothing to do with fashion. But we can't wait to go wear it because we respect our oppressor stuff. You know what I'm saying? So let's keep this pushing, man. So in Leviticus right here, it says in chapter 20, verse 2, again, thou shalt say to the children of Israel, whosoever he be of the children of Israel, are the strangers that sojourn in Israel, that giveth any of his seed unto Moloch, he shall surely be put to death. The people of the land shall stone him with stones. This is the modern day baby deletion right here. You're offering your children up to Molech, ladies. Our number one killer as black people is this. So not just to the children of Israel, it says to who? Or the strangers that sojourn in Israel. So when you saying, you know, that you want this, they call it women's health of all things, and they call it Planned Parenthood when you didn't plan for parenthood. You see how backwards? You didn't even plan for it. See how backwards that is? You did? So this is what is forbidden by penalty of death. And this is an everyday thing. Speaking back to them, you know, to rope our sisters and our brothers into the Democratic Party, they were having baby deletions outside their convention. Think they bragged they got 10 or 12? I'm like, man, like, that's not wicked to you, man. That's something else that was taught by fallen angels, man. All this stuff is desperately wicked. I tell you, man, it's crazy how much we adopted from them, man. It's crazy. So let's get to Luke 22:17-20. It says, and he took the cup and gave thanks and said, take this and divide it among yourselves. For I say unto you, I will not drink of the fruit of the vine until the kingdom of Ahiah shall come. He took bread and gave thanks and brake it and gave unto them, saying, this is my body, which is given for you. This do in remembrance of me. Likewise also the cup after supper, saying, this cup is the New Testament in my blood, which is shed for you. Again, like I spoke earlier, it was symbol. It was symbolism. It wasn't the actual, you know, what people try to make it in their ignorance, you know, try to make it something wicked. But understand here, family, that, you know, because they'll say, oh, well, God sacrificed his son. Christ gave himself up, man. He even said that in the scripture. He gave himself up. He wasn't forced to do it. He wasn't forced to do this. Like I said, they will praise somebody that will take a bullet for their family or for their child. But the fact that he wore that for us, that's why I said he died for his nation. It says this in the scripture. You know, when they were, even though they offered, you know, it was his nation that offered him up to the Romans, what was said, let his blood be upon us and our children. These are the people that were giving him up. You dig what I'm saying? So That's the whole thing. Like, we don't need to do any sacrifice because he did the ultimate sacrifice. That's the point, family. Until you understand that, you got a lot to learn. Let's get to this U.S. endless wars. You see here, like, war is sacrifice. War is their sacrifice. And there was a J3 Dub lady that said that. I'm going to see if I can find the clip. But yeah, she said basically, when we fight these wars, we need a sacrifice. That's what it's for. And it is. You sacrifice a lot. People lose all type of things going to war. Families, marriages, children's limbs, vision. I mean, come on. So this whole war thing and epic fury, it's going to continue. It's a distraction to keep people distracted from all this stuff being exposed. That's why I'm trying to be careful with my slang as I talk about this high school stuff. Okay, this is high school. If you know what high school means. So right here, McDonald's and the human DNA thing. This has been said for years. I think it was a J3 Dub rabbi that said, yeah, we put the people in the burgers, man. Like this is real. I don't understand how people can't see how wicked this stuff is at the top. Like, these people ain't just doing this for, for just for kicks. You dig what I'm saying? So just peep game.
Based on Mr. Gathwright's age, physical abilities, things like that, do you think that the prison would benefit from him in a work capacity if he were sentenced to life without parole?
I say yes. With my experience, not only just in classification, but as former warden and even as a jail administrator, he's someone that's young, he's healthy. In reality, we need that labor, we need that sweat equity, and we will put him out there to work because we do have an aging prison population, jail administration. We have that, so we put these young individuals to work and get some sweat equity out of them since they are young and actually can do the work.
And then we talk about life.
So I wanted to play that last clip, for the young brothers out there to understand that, this whole prison system thing, this whole crash out culture, that's what is made for you to be a sacrifice. It's a shame how they want us to glorify being raised in the projects owned by the state, to going to a school that's ran by the state, to dropping out of that school to go to prison that is also ran by the state. Your whole life is made here to be under the control of the state. Have you ever thought about that? That's not by coincidence. Hosea 8:13, they sacrifice flesh for the sacrifices of mine offerings and eat it, but the Most High accepteth them not. Now will he remember their iniquity and visit their sins. They shall return to Egypt. He's talking about us here, Israel. All those sacrifices you making at Thanksgiving and at Christmas. Yes, I keep going back to these holidays because you're keeping Gentile customs and feasts that are unclean. This is Jubilee 6. We're not supposed to be keeping that. We got feasts to keep. And when we keep their feasts, we're boosting not just their system up, but their gods. That's what we're boosting up. And what does he say? He gonna remember that iniquity and we shall return to Egypt. Now, we're not gonna go to Egypt physically, as we see in Hosea. It's not talking about, it's talking about a bondage. Egypt is synonymous with the house of bondage, family. So now we're gonna move on to the Canaanite tribe. Okay, we're gonna call them Canines. Again, we're gonna have a code word, Canines. So this Canine tribe is one that the Most High asked the children of Israel during their time in their land to remove these people out of the land. And the children of Israel, of course, did not do this thing. The Most High decided to leave them in the land because he could have drove them out with pestilence and whatever, but which he did to a certain degree, but he left some in the land in order to test us. But the practices of this Canine tribe was, and there were more than one, but the practices that they had, these rituals, were of a spiritual nature of Hushatan, of Baal, it was outright Satanism, family. And if you look at what they accuse the so-called Illuminati of doing today, it's the same practices of the Canaanite tribe. Okay, we're going to read a little bit about what the Most High asked, and then we're going to go through some history of what they actually did, just very briefly, before we get to the next section. In Deuteronomy 20:16 through 17, we'll read it as is written. But the cities of these people, which the Most High thy power doth give thee for an inheritance, thou shalt save alive nothing that breatheth. But thou shalt utterly destroy them, namely the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, as the Lord thy God hath commanded thee. He wasn't just asking us to do this just to be evil. The reason was, one, these people were in our land. They should have never inherited this land. The reason why it's called Canaan, which they transliterated to Palestine, but that land was never truly theirs. The land belonged to us. They occupied the land. Better term I should use is probably took over the land. And when we came into the land, we had to remove them, but we did not do so. And we actually adopted their practices, especially some of our kings, some of our royalty, our princes. Okay, that's where it really went left. So we're going to get into a few practices of the Canaanites here. One of the practices is veneration of the dead. Funerary rites honored ancestors. You hear about ancestor worship. And just for the record, Canaanite was an African tribe, okay? Africans. Funerary rites honored ancestors and fed the soul. As it traveled to the underworld, graves were often filled with wine vessels, food, and oil to supply the deceased in the afterlife. Haven't you seen how much respect the dead get? They respect the dead more than the living. They'll remember the dead's birthday. They'll remember the dead's death date. They'll make beautiful posts about them. They'll talk very highly of them. And I'm not one to say if they dead, just disrespect them. I got a whole video on the afterlife. I have another one about, you know, the different sides of the afterlife, the NDEs or near-death experiences. So, and how we're supposed to operate at burials and stuff like that. We're supposed to honor them, of course, but the Canaanites, this satanic, you understand, this Canine tribe, it was about honoring them as if they were alive, speaking to the ancestors and all that crap that they be talking about. And you're speaking to demons. Whenever you're doing that, you speaking to demons. You're not speaking to the one that was here. They can't hear you. They're not here no more. That's why in Ecclesiastes says they have no more part under the sun. They're with the Father. They're judged at death, Hebrews 9:27, and from there they go into Abraham's bosom, or they go into Hades, and they await the return of Yahshua, where the final judgment will come for those that believe, will rise what? First in Christ. And then 1,000 years later, the others will be headed to the lake of fire. That's the Bible. But they treat them as if they're here, buying them food in vessels. There's people starving here. There's more respect for the dead than for the living. Look how much a dead rapper gets so much respect. Was he respected like that when he was living? Fertility rituals, I went over 1,000 times. As agrarian people, the Canaanites worship fertility gods and goddesses like Ashtoreth and Astarte to guarantee successful harvests. Listen to this. This involves sympathetic magic where practitioners mimic the behavior they wish the gods to demonstrate, which historical and biblical records suggest sometimes included ritualized sacred 53X. That's what I've been talking about. How long we've been talking about this on this channel? This is the eyes wide shut with the mask and all that. That's a giant fertility ritual.
on screen. Even on the movie Him, I know a lot of people don't like that movie, and I get why. But some of the symbolism in it is what make me like it. Now the acting and all that, you know, the plot, I wouldn't have did it like that. But I get the message. But the plot and that aside, look at the mask, look at the rituals, look at how they, you know, have women dancing around them, and like this is what they do. And the last one is extreme sacrificial rites. Historical texts and archaeological discoveries document instances of, you see the word firstborn, you see the word, where sometimes you see the word often to deities like Molech in times of what? Severe societal crisis or to seek personal prosperity. Do you not see what condition that this country has been in for the last 30 years? How it's been declining? How this is our number one killer? Baby deletions are number one killer. Societal crisis, they put you in a crisis situation and put a Planned Parenthood on your block. And they've been doing it now to the point where they're becoming way less of a population than they thought they would be. Now they're scared about being a minority. This is where it leads to, family. This is where we at. So now we're going to get into these elitist parties, you know, that's going to be EPs are the, you know, the guy that has the files that are going everywhere in the emails, right? They have a party. You know, there's no Democrat party, ultimately. There's no Republican party, ultimately. This is the party. They all go golfing together. They all sip wine together. They all deal with each other's wives together. I know this is kind of heavy for y'all that maybe, you know, I don't want to say the normie side of things, but on the, you know, been a victim of the brainwashing. I was too, just like many of those before me were that came out of it. But this is what they do. This is what they do. They're not just showing this stuff again in films and TVs and this stuff isn't all coming out in these emails because it's something that just popped up over the last 5-10 years. No, this has been something that they've been doing since they founded this quote unquote so-called founded this nation. And before that, we're going way back to the Romans and the Greeks in this. So you see that this is nothing new. And I mean, like again, I got a catalog. I'll have some videos listed where it goes more into depth in case, you know, somebody has some questions about, well, what really were they doing? Because I can go on it. But you see, this is the world system of rulership. They got the evil one at the top and everybody's doing their bidding. But ultimately, this is the Canaanitish religion or the Canine tribe, rather, that the EPs are just following. Now it's coming out.
I have friends, advisors, and business associates who say I should not tell you this. But this information is important, and I think you should know it. So in school today, we're focused on a thing called SAT, or Scholastic Aptitude Testing. We want to find out how good you are at reading, writing, and arithmetic. Very important skills. And depending on how well you do with SAT, the next thing they focus on is professional aptitude testing, whether you should be a doctor, a lawyer, fire chief, secretary, or whatever. It's a professional training. But what school fails to focus on or train people on is a thing what I call financial intelligence. We never discuss the subject of money in schools. So what do I mean by financial intelligence? Well, if we gave $10,000 to 100 people, 80 of them, or 80%, would have nothing left at the end of a year. 16% with the same $10,000 might have $10,050, what you would get by putting it in a bank. And 4%, given that same $10,000, would have anywhere from $20,000 to $1 million or more. And that's what I mean by financial intelligence. So when we go to school, we learn to read these things, but we never learn to read these, financial statements or annual reports. We never learn financial literacy in school.
You see, one of the biggest sources of modern depression is realizing that many of us was prepared for a civilization that literally disappeared as we were growing up. Loyalty was rewarded. Hard work created stability. Owning a home on one income was absolutely possible. Technology during this time used to be a tool rather than an entire fucking environment. Privacy existed. Communities used to be connected, and friendships lasted offline. They existed offline. All you wanted to do back then, early 2000s, late 90s, early 90s, is hang out with your friend, eat now laters with the paper on it, because for some reason the candy sticky as a You wanted to go download shit off of LimeWire. You got a whole lot of viruses on your computer. You weren't focused on what the future could possibly be, because nobody could envision how mutated our culture would get. You see, growing up, your parents had taught you, look, if you go to school, if you get your education, if you stay out of trouble, you can get a decent life. That wasn't a delusion. That was realistic, right? That ain't enough in 2026. Now that we older, the map we inherited doesn't match the terrain, and now we feel like defective adults. Like, wages have literally stagnated. The housing market is atrocious. Some of y'all paying $2,400 for a subpar ass 2-bedroom that don't even have a damn dishwasher. Now cloud has replaced self-worth, and AI is replacing labor, dog. Y'all are literally commodifying relationships. Relationships used to actually mean something. It mean, okay, we have an agreement that I love you and you love me, but now everybody has their own fucking hidden agendas and are probably using you as a stepping stone to something greater on social media. Social media has literally rewired self-worth. You used to have a shoulder to cry on. Now you got punk ass podcasters on literally every social site telling you, oh, as a man, you got to have the weight of the world on your shoulder. Don't cry because that makes you less than a man. Shut your ass up, hoe ass. Cry. Don't be afraid to cry. Cry on somebody's shoulder. You keep that in. Pressure bust pipes. Even with the car community, bro. Growing up, the old heads who got you into this car shit told you, look, don't get into no car that you can't handle. You got to respect these machines or they will penalize you. Now niggas are literally building cars to impress other niggas because somebody done said, oh man, if you don't have 1,000+ horsepower, you don't have a lot of power. Your car's slow. Bitch, and what? What if I want to just go sightseeing in this fast ass car I built? This is just a rant. I had a lot of things on my mind I had to put in one video, so this is more like a diary entry more than like a regular video you guys see.
Mind power.
So they spend a lot of time changing things to be what they are now. This is why, I used to think when the older people been like, back in my day and this and this and that, and I'm like, well, things are fine. I'm young. I'm like a kid. I'm like, well, things are all right. Yeah, it ain't like that. Like what they just were describing about, 10-cent burgers and, all type of cheap stuff, but stuff was real and families was together, and they were correct in that aspect, because we look now when family is deteriorating, non-existent, the food is deteriorating, is getting worse. I'm speaking on things that keep us together, food and family, man. That's what it is, though. It's not the same, but it's getting worse, and they're working hard to keep it that way. They're working hard to keep their agenda pushing, because this is their time. This is the time of the Gentiles. So what I was talking about the last section, this is just more of it. The whole eyes wide shut. This is what they do. This is why we keep seeing this theme. We cannot keep ignoring this theme, family. And this is why they say everything is a rich man's trick. Nobody likes to hear that. People like to think what we're told on the news is true. What we see on these playoff games is true. Like, it's not staged. It's not, you know, a written script. But sad to say, it is, man. That doesn't mean that it's a good show, that there isn't talent in the show. But, you know, I mean, it's this stuff is, I mean, it's kind of been out now. It wasn't common knowledge years ago, but it's kind of out now, you know. So let's get to Proverbs 22:7. The rich ruleth over the poor, and the borrower is servant to the lender. So for the rich to rule over the poor and the borrower to be servant to the lender, that's a system. So those in power are going to keep it that way. Why would they want to empower you? They're never going to give you the knowledge you need to overthrow them. Why would they do that? They're on top. They balling right now. This is their heyday. This is actually the end of it, I believe we're coming to, which is why I'm doing this lesson. This is the end of it, but it's still time to get right. It's not all the way over yet. It's still time to get right, but we got to recognize these things. They keep these things like this for a reason. It can't have a bunch of empowered, knowledgeable, positive-minded people. That's why they keep promoting negativity to you.
The industry, man, it's not the same. Doesn't have to do with talent. It's about playing the game. The industry, real niggas is dying to get in. The industry, just to find they don't fit in. The industry ain't what it used to be. The industry is trying to control the way you MC. They want you to dress like this and talk like that. But I'm going to dress like this and talk with the bat. The industry, if you ain't got a strong mind, the industry will break you down. It's a matter of time. The industry, vultures with nothing to feast on. See me? I'm getting my beast on. The industry, stay in the dirt, play in the dirt, test the wrong one in the industry and you will get hurt. The industry, wanted, dead or alive, new artists to sell their souls in the way they survive. The industry don't give a f about you, but the industry couldn't make a dime without you.
So you see that clip there, and you know right here, you know, Tay Diggs, I remember years ago, he called one of these Hebrew camps or Hebrew churches, and he was talking about how wicked Hollywood was. This is probably about 9 or close to 9-10 years ago. He was talking about this, and he was saying that he's tired of it, and he does realize where the people, and he this and that. And I've heard other celebs also say that, especially black ones I'm speaking on. I heard them say this, but I believe in the Hollywood spell. I'm not saying I believe it like that's something we should follow, but I believe that is real because I've heard brothers and sisters say this kind of stuff, and you blink or you wait a year or so and they right back wearing dresses. They right back doing something ratchet. They right back whatever, like as if nothing happened. I think they can't break that spell. As part of selling your soul, I believe, is that you're permanently under a spell. So, you know, just peep game with that. If you want to be a part, like I said, the borrower is servant to the lender. So you trying to be a lender, they won't let you be a lender, but they'll let you borrow a little bit more. Yeah, they'll let you borrow a little bit more, but you're going to have to pay for it with your soul.
In my hometown, if you didn't love God, you didn't have nothing because it was so prejudiced back in that time. You know, I had to do what I was doing in order to survive.
Yeah. What do you mean had to do what you were doing to survive?
Well, you know, when I was singing rock and roll, at that time they would call black music race music when I sung rock and roll. I was on RCA Victor before Elvis Presley, but they wouldn't put me on RCA. They put me on Camden. So when I would wear makeup, they would let me sing for the white girls. When I would put on eyelashes and all that, they would let me sing. But when I went as a straight dude, they wouldn't let me sing.
Now why is that?
Well, they thought I wanted the girls. So if I came out a straight guy, they wouldn't let me sing. But when I came out with all the makeup on and all the eyelashes and all the hair, they said Richard is a good boy. I never was a good man, but I was a good boy.
That's not to demean that household. White supremacy is saying, I'm taking away the conditions for enhancing black masculinity, I'm taking away the conditions through which you might produce soldiers to carry on activity on your side of the chessboard. In addition, since I have your situation so strung out and you watch more television than anybody else, I'm going to serve up to you men dressed as women. And I'm going to have you sit there in your frustration. Women and male children.
And I really wanted to show this clip right here with Lil Richard showing he had to be effeminate for the so-called white man, because when a brother is masculine and upright standing and he's moral and knowledgeable, that's a dangerous man. I want y'all to think about Malcolm X. Like, the system, I'm not saying me, I don't agree with this, but this is speaking like the system can't let him live, because we always have a barometer to go back to, because we had somebody that stood up and stood on business and spoke truth. So if he's not there, we still have his words, we still have those things, but we can't have these brothers strong and masculine and forthcoming, because we are the original man. We are the original man, and many of us have that spirit in us, and we can't. That's the whole J. Edgar Black Messiah thing. We can't let one of these brothers get this stuff out. We can't let that happen, because if we let that happen, it may be another one. Then it may be another one. We can't take them all out. We need to keep them obsessed with drinking, drugging, girls, partying, having a good time, sports, arguing, fighting amongst one another. That's profitable to us. Them getting on this, our God, and we know who we are, and we're the original people, and we're the children of... No, we can't have them saying that stuff. So this is why you see these black celebs like this, because they always say, well, if they're around these people that you're exposing, then of course they see. I'm like, well, some of them don't care. Some of them, like Floyd Mayweather example, he already said he about the money. He don't give a damn about nothing. And you see what position he's in now, and his daughter is in now. Big whoop there, right? But a lot of them is like that. And the ones that do see, they smart enough to like, hey, I'm just not going to say nothing. I'm just going to get mine, and that's what it is. And a lot of them is just, you got to understand, just because they Israel, all of Israel ain't Israel. Some of these people are really worldly people, are natural people. Things of the spirit is foolishness to the natural man, and you can't change that, family. If this man is natural and he carnal and he just want the riches and pleasures of this life only, and he want to get it his way, and he getting offered that, and he got connections and money and power, that's going to be a hard soul to turn away from that to what the truth is. This is why Yasha says it's hard for a rich man to enter the kingdom of Ahia, man. He didn't just say that, like, these words ain't written in vain. But yeah, you can't just speak out. Even if you know something, you can't speak out again. Why do you think they want to promote, brother on brother, sister on sister action, man? Especially with our community. Have you noticed whenever they got like an AIDS commercial or something about a LGBT M3 123 LMNOP, whenever they got a commercial, you notice that we're always like the main face of it, like 80% of the commercials showing us, because that was presented by Henry Kissinger as a plan to depopulate the black community. Why they want to depopulate us? Because just like in Egypt, the children of Israel began to grow. The children of Yasharah began to grow and begin to prosper. Just like I said, we just one and a half generations of being completely free. And look how far we've gotten in just that short time. Look how well we've done after all we've been through. Of course they don't want him speaking against that. No, they want your son out there clicking his boots together and your daughter out there taking tea to try to grow a mustache.
Yeah, because you ain't got to worry about them having no dang kids. So, get here to, this is why when they do speak out, they get blackballed. And that's just what it is, man. When you speaking against a system, this is why this happens to you. This is why I couldn't realize when I was doing the music thing in the world that it seemed like I would have great opportunities. Now, I didn't have plenty. I'm not going to act like I got like 12 or 20, but I had a couple, and I didn't fumble them, but it just like they just fell through. They didn't fall through the way I wanted them to. And I just took it as, you know what? It is what it is. It's this way for a reason. That's just what I kept thinking, like, after I thought about it, because it was like, by all means, man, everything lined up, man. Like, I it wasn't just about no clicks or views. It was about money. Like, I should have been able, in my mind at the time, to been able to do that in order to put my family on even. But it didn't happen that way for a reason. I praise the Most High for it, man, because I couldn't have survived, and I would have left. I either would have left or they would have took me out. It would have been hectic, man. And I don't know what would have came of that, because I can't sell my soul, man, and I can't sell my whole neither. Can't do neither one of them. Nope. So I'm just gonna be that crazy Negro that just had like one hit or one album, and you like, dang, what happened to him? Thinking I fell off and get blackballed. Yeah, I can see that happen, because everybody ain't built to bend over for them, bro. Spiritually or physically, you dig? So let's get to Proverbs 23:17. Do not let your heart envy sinners, but always continue in the fear of a higher. You're not supposed to be envying these people. Like, these people, yeah, they look good in their gowns and they got nice houses and cars, man. We ain't supposed to be envying none of that. You don't know what they did to get. It's like when they be showing these OnlyFans girls that made $1 million. Okay, cool. You'll never have a husband worth anything. You'll have a simp husband, just lusting after you. But it's like he lusting after you. Who's to say he ain't gonna lust after the next girl, So you pretty much put yourself in a box. Or just like Gucci, like, yeah, you made all your money promoting trapping and killing and stealing and dealing. And I ain't saying what Pooh Shiesty did to him was right, but look what happened. One of your minions came back and took your head. Like I said, do beware, y'all do not devour one another. You sung about devouring one another, and not that it happens, because it happens, but you sung about it and you promoted it as that's what it is. You glorified it, and now somebody that glorified it done got on your label and robbed you and got your whole career in a headlock. That's what happens. Proverbs 28:15. Like a roaring lion or a charging bear is a wicked ruler over a helpless people. So don't be surprised that these rulers is wicked. You surprised Obama wicked. You surprised Trump wicked. You surprised Bush was wicked. You surprised the Clintons is wicked. That's what a wicked ruler is. And that's the reason why Yasha said it'd be hard for them to make the kingdom of heaven. Do you understand? That's what it is. So let's get to Proverbs 3:31. Envy thou not the oppressor, and choose none of his ways. None of his ways. None of the oppressor's ways are popular in the Bible. They may be popular to society. The Most High don't want us to do it. This is a theme over and over and over in the Bible. Choose none of his ways. That means when he gets violent, when something goes wrong and he want to take somebody's head off, when you want to do that to your brethren, you have now taken on your oppressor's ways. That ain't being hard. That ain't being a thug. That ain't being real. That ain't being gangster. No, you just took on your oppressor's ways to destroy yourself. Just like he's destroyed you. Now you're doing the job for him. Congratulations, you played yourself. See this pic here of Epstein, the I'm gonna say that, the EPs, the files, and you see the names. What nationality are these names? You see right here, this pic, Lex Wesner. Yeah, they're all connected, man. Rothschild, they all connected. Red Shield, yeah, they all connected. And I told y'all this on the last one, the preview to this lesson. You see
who founded the Illuminati? We talk about the Illuminati, or we used to, at least years ago on YouTube before they started taking down everything. But who's the founder? What was he? J3. You see Obama in the EP, the Silencer Awards. Again, Obama, you not gonna be around all these people that's doing all this wickedness, and you just the innocent one. You just had no idea. You just doing. Ain't no way, man. You're not around all these people and not know. Now, what they put on TV is one thing, but you gotta understand, he was with them behind closed doors. And even right here, EP and the PayPal dude, it goes high, y'all. This is they're showing these things to the public, I believe, because they're getting ready to crash the system, and they want to know why the system is crashing, because they already have a new system in place, and it's gonna come equipped with the mark of the beast. It's gonna come equipped with it. So just like this video here with this horse that figured it out that the machine is an illusion, it's just to make them run. And now he's standing there and he's fine because he just chilling. That's what we got to realize. We got to step off of the political go round, step off of the escalator, step off of the ride, step off of the church ride with this false doctrine, with this white Christ, with this Sunday worship and holidays included, paying tithes. God ain't got no bills. We don't need to pay no tithes for pastor to get a house and a car. The tithes is supposed to go to the poor folk in the church, the widows and the orphans. That's what it's supposed to go to. But another story for another time. But people are under a great delusion. That's the whole point of that running machine I just showed you. People are under a great delusion, and they think whatever is told to them, the system, how it's working currently, is correct, even though it's falling apart. 2 Thessalonians 2:9 through 12. Even him whose coming is after the working of Hushatan with all power and signs and lying wonders. There are going to be lying wonders that are going to be of Hushatan. And if you're not spiritually discerned, you're going to think that it's the Father. Just like in Egypt, when Moses turned his stick into a snake and it turned back into a staff, and the Egyptian was able to do the same thing. The Egyptian magicians were able to do the same thing. But if you have discernment, you understand one is coming from a high end, one is coming from Hushatan. But how do you know? You got to go back to the scripts. It's the only way. And with all deceivableness and of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they receive not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. There's been plenty of people I've heard, watchmen and people go to and give them the truth, and they just have no love for it. And they're in a spot in their life where if they would have took hold of it, man, they would be light years ahead. They would be light years ahead. But because they love this world so damn much, they will not be saved from the destruction of it. And for this cause, Ahiah shall send them a strong delusion that they should believe a lie. This is how Ahiah works. He sends watchmen and those out to tell people the truth. When them people don't believe it, they fall into a great delusion. Romans 1 calls this a reprobate mind. It's a dangerous place to be because you believe a lie at that point. You believe a lie is the truth. There's not enough scriptures I could show you about Easter being Ishtar and being a fertility ritual. I can't show you enough. I can't show you there's no eggs in the Bible because you have been given over to a reprobate mind and you believe a law because you believe what the Gentiles told you. You believe in the time of the Gentiles. And the time of the Gentiles is about to be fulfilled. So after they're fulfilled, what happens? Destruction and Yasha, man. The return of Yasha. So it says here, the last verse, that they all might be damned who believe not the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. Because deep down, these people that reject the truth, they have pleasure in this wicked world. And I know that's hard for people to, understand when you're telling that to your family members and to your friends or, childhood loved ones. But that's the truth. They have pleasure somewhere. They got pleasure in this. And the only thing that we can pray is that you can bounce back from a reprobate mind. It ain't a death sentence, but it's pretty tough. It's pretty tough to come back from. But at that point, all you can do is plant the seed because these people are caught up in those times of the Gentiles. And all of us ain't going to make it, man. Speaking of you, Israel, all of us ain't gonna make it. It's gonna be a remnant of all nations. So some of these people is just caught up on the lies, and they're gonna be caught up in the destruction. We get here to Agenda 2030, the deep expose. You see that word there? Because I don't, that's one of the flag ones. But yeah, basically, this is what I was speaking on in the preview, that they do have an agenda. All right. And I'm going to define that agenda quickly here, but we got to be aware of it, and that it's not here to help us. It's going to be presented as it's here to help us, because the system is going to be so bad, so much in disarray, that you're going to look at it as we need some help. And people are looking to their leaders, especially the Gentiles. They're known to look to their leaders. This is why in 1 Samuel, the Most High said he didn't want us to have a king. Why? Because we're going to look to a leader, a king, a man of flesh and blood, and trust our fate and our well-being with him. When history is shown, politics is shown, they're going to do what's best for them. I don't care about you or your family or your children. That should be obvious. But this is what they say it is. This is the definition. It says the 17 sustainable goals and 169 targets, which we are announcing today, demonstrates the scale and ambition of this new universal agenda. They seek to build on the Millennium Development Goals and complete what these did not achieve. They seek to realize the human rights of all, to achieve gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls. You see how that been going on lately? Have you noticed that's been going on lately? And that's just code word for feminism. That's all that is. They are integrated and indivisible and balance the 3 dimensions of sustainable development. Look what it says: the economic, the social, and environmental. Basically, they're looking to control all of that. Why is the government so worried about how we communicate socially? How are they worried about the environment when they're setting up data centers that are supposedly causing all types of pollution and crazy inflation and messing up people's, you know what I'm saying? It's data centers are supposed to be like using up a bunch of water and resources as well. But that's what they care. But that's what they're saying, though. The goal and the targets will stimulate action over the next 15 years in areas of critical importance for humanity and the planet. Do y'all believe that? And you can also see 2045.com. So they got a 2030 agenda. They're talking about 15 years. I find that funny because if you go to 2045.com, they talk about the mark. They talk about the next step of human evolution is getting something implanted inside of you. This is the time of the Gentiles that Yahshua was talking about, family. This is the time of the Gentiles. This is now that the world is in their hands, and the ones that went against the Most High to the point where they're ruling at the end of the world. They're about to bring about this is their plan. This is their plan. So they look here to rewrite history. So you got this Philly librarian. So you got this Philly librarian who took 300,000 hours of TV. Who did she think was going to change it? This is what I'm saying. Who did she think was going to change and say this didn't happen and that happened, but you didn't get it? That this whole thing is gaslighting. When they're lying to you about history and things that happen, like I'll be hearing people regurgitate stuff I know that they just learned in school or read somewhere, and I kind of just look at them like, and I'm not thinking that I'm smarter than everybody, but I know lies and truth, especially if it's something I'm well versed in. So I might be like, yeah, that's not exactly how that happened. And instead of being inquisitive and saying, well, what makes you say that? What proof do you have of that? Oh, no, that's conspiracy and this. And I'm like, have you ever, I asked that one question. Have you ever studied that? Have you ever looked it up and read what the historians said and read what really happened in that time? Not just read the quote unquote official report or the history books we got in school, did you actually read what actually was going on at that time in that place? Oh, no, I haven't read that. Well, you should. Well, yeah, I'll get around to it. I'm like, bro, just read. You on the phone all day. You can't read. So they're basically working with this AI thing. You see Trump signing these AI laws. I don't think people understand how dangerous AI really is. And it's crazy because I'm a millennial. I'm an older one. My Aunt Marty says I'm Gen X because Gen X really raised me, like, as far as not just my parents, but I mean people I hung out with. But real talk, like, I watched the birth of the internet. I watched the dial-up where you had to be on dial-up and you couldn't be on the phone at the same time, and all type of stuff like that. So I watched it develop to that, to then we had cell phones. We didn't have cell phones until like the end of high school, really. Most people didn't have them, but it was like some kids had them. And I mean, you didn't have no camera, you didn't have no apps. Like, we didn't know what an app was. You either calling or texting, and they used to charge you for daytime minutes at that time. So minutes was like free after 7, I believe, on Sprint, and T-Mobile was free after 9. So you call people when you had free minutes. Remember that, y'all? Remember we used to pay for ringtones? And then just watching that develop from that to what it is now. Now we got Wi-Fi. Now, we got cell phones where it's like I could write a report on my phone. I can do a whole presentation for a meeting on my phone. I could do my taxes. I could sign my kids up for whatever. I can buy a car, order groceries. I mean, you can pretty much, it's very unlimited the amount of things that you can do. And I watched the birth of it come to this now, So what we are witnessing now is a birth of AI. AI a few years ago looked all cartoony and goofy, and it was like all like Pixar kind of looking characters. Now AI is so real. I went from seeing people say, oh, we know this is AI. Oh yeah, this is AI because look at this over here. And now AI is cleaning up those errors. They're cleaning up that footage. They're cleaning up these different videos that are being made. And now people are like, oh man, yeah, man, oh boy, really did that, man. It'd be the video of somebody getting dunked on or something. They'd be like, oh man, that was crazy. Like, bro, that was AI. But it looked so real. And AI is only going to get better because AI teaches itself. It's not just like a program like your computer program. Like, I got a music one, and it is what it is. It only updates or gets upgraded once I get the next version or get another plugin. It is whatever I upload it. It doesn't update itself. It doesn't learn itself. It doesn't learn sounds and instruments that I like or that, I may be lacking on and they want to up. No, AI is self-teaching. Like, we learned about Skynet from watching movies. We learned about it in the Terminator. We learned in the Matrix. And this is what AI is going to do ultimately it's the rebuilding of the Tower of Babel. When they built the Tower of Babel, they were all on one mind. They were all on one accord, and they were building something that they believe that they can war with the principalities in heaven. They can war with the angels and the Most High himself. That's the reason for the Tower of Babel. And what they're going to do with AI is that they believe that this is the next stage in human evolution, and that once we implant that in ourselves through their technology, I believe is going to be involved with nanotechnology, because nanotechnology is the most sophisticated micro level technology that they have up to date that we know of. And they're going to try to make us live forever, not through the Most High, not through Christ and the commandments and the kingdom, but by adhering to their system to the point where we're willing to take the mark of the beast to end up in the lake of fire for eternity. That's the plan. That's their plan anyway. That's not my plan. That shouldn't be your plan, but that's their plan. Let's get to Genesis 11:5. And the Most High came down to see the city and the tower which the children of men builded. So this is why you see when you look at the UN building and the Tower of Jasher as has been presented in paintings, why do they look the same? They can make it look like whatever they want to. Why do they choose that? Because these people are Satanists. These people are following the old world agenda is actually the new world order. It's the same thing. It's just a rebuilt version of it. Speaking of which, you know, this whole two-party system, so-called two-party system, let's see, it's really a farce. If anything, when you look at Revelation 17:17, it says, "For the Most High hath put in their hearts to fulfill his will and to agree and to give their kingdom unto the beast until the words of our highest shall be fulfilled." So this is what they're doing. They're giving their kingdom over to the beast. This doesn't matter if they're Democrat. Don't matter if they're libertarian, if they're communist, if they're socialist, if they're Republican. This is where it is going. They're going to be on one accord. They're already on one accord behind closed doors. They just get out in front of us and fight on little issues, but ultimately they're on one accord because they're all doing the same thing. They're all doing the same thing because this is their time. And they're destroying everything, and they will be destroyed. This is why it's important to separate. This is why I say, you know, touch not the unclean thing. All these things that they are doing is unclean. Look here about him bombing 8 countries in 1 year. And it's easy for you to sit over here and say, oh, I support it. Or, you know, even some people say, oh, I don't support that, but you support July 4th. Well, I mean, you support war. The whole national anthem is about war. It even has a verse in there about the slave doesn't have an escape. You gotta take all of it with it, man. You can't say I don't support that, but I support it. Nah, it's all one agenda. It's all one big agenda. Jeremiah 46:28. Fear thou not, O Jacob, my servant. He's speaking to Israel here. Fear thou not, O Jacob, my servant, saith the higher, for I am with thee, for I will make a full end of all the nations whither I have driven thee. So for you Israelites teaching that we only in 2 places, are we only in Africa and here, and you want to ignore all the other countries? No, we're in all nations. He says, I'll make a full end of all the nations where I have driven thee, but I will not make a full end of thee, but correct thee in measure, yet I will not leave thee wholly unpunished. So we gonna go through the punishment. We are. And the punishment we going through is not just because he want to punish us. We going through the punishment because we not listening to what he said. We're not listening to what our forefathers wrote, what the prophets wrote. All this stuff is to keep us in order on the right path. We've been following Gentiles our whole life through our religion, through our education, through our finances, through everything. And we wonder why it's not right because we're following them. But this is their time to do what they got to do. We're following their time. All of us at one point were, at least all of us were. I mean, they're ruling.
A video found in the recent Epstein Files dump shows Jeffrey sitting in front of a webcam. And in a doorway in the background, we see some sort of humanoid entity. It has a large bulbous head.
It's Saturday, I believe, and here's the truck I've been driving for the last few days for Wilson Logistics. This trailer just was assigned to us from Kraft over at the Kraft Foods plant, and we're delivering it here to what's called the Springfield Underground. And that is, as you can see behind me, this giant cave that's big enough to house hundreds of these trucks and trailers. There's a train track running through here. Just to give you an idea, back here, there's a regular sized truck. See how tall that is up there? It's just incredible.
So for all my CDL drivers, shout out to y'all. You know, brother got a CDL. You know, imagine pulling up to that. What you gonna say then? G lying to us? I'm just messing with y'all. Hey, shout out to my CDL drivers, man. Y'all already know, man. Because y'all ride around the country and see what's going on. So you got Amos 9:2 here. It says, though they dig into hell, thence shall my hand take them. Though they climb up to heaven, thence will I bring them down. So They talking about flying out and Elon in the spaceship, but we know about the firmament. They're not going nowhere. So they took the second option. It's called DUMBS, DUMBS, Deep Underground Military Bases. They got one under the White House. They got one in Denver. They got them all scattered all over the country. And these things could be 10, 12 stories deep in the earth, where they got God knows what, all type of scientific facilities. They got storage. They got water. They could basically got, if Armageddon was to come, that's where they're going. But the Most High said he gonna get them up out of there. Jeremiah 50:4. In those days and in that time, saith the higher, the children of Israel shall come, and the children of Judah together, going and weeping. They shall go and seek a higher their Elohim. So in those days, once we're set free, we're going to go seek after the Father. This is who we should be seeking anyway. But we're under the spell that think that what we're being taught is right, what we're being told is correct. And we got to make a choice between two bad decisions, man. You dig what I'm saying? Let's get to Romans 9:17. And you can precept Exodus 9 here. It says, for the scripture saith unto Pharaoh, even for the same purpose have I raised thee up, that I might shew my power in thee, and that my name might be declared throughout all the earth. So the Most High wants some respect on his name, and he used Pharaoh, because everybody knows about that story, right? He used Pharaoh. And let me tell y'all something, Israel, and to the Gentiles listening, he's going to use these wicked presidents in America. He's going to use them to bring about what he wants, hit the freedom of his people and the knowledge of his name. He's going to bring it about. This is why they post stuff like this propaganda, that they're scared of the other Gentiles waking up. This is why they feel like they got to rule the iron fist. They got to rule by the sword to keep people at bay. This is why when people be peaceful, and you'll hear, like I'm telling y'all, man, when you do a lot of research, you begin to see a pattern. Like I showed that clip of the agent talking to Morpheus, which to me was backwards what he was saying, because really the Morpheus represents the children of Israel. We don't move land to land. I'm talking about the real children of Yasharal. We don't move land to land and take the resources and slaughter people and do all that. We have zero history of that. But Edom has a full history of that. He did it first with the Canaanites. The Canaanites were actually the aboriginal. When you speak of the Tradajalites, the cave dwellers, it wasn't so-called white people. It was the Canaanites. They were the first people to dwell in caves. Edom overtook them and overtook Mount Seir. That's why he has Mount Seir. And if you look at Mount Seir, it looks exactly like the White House. So he did. That was the first nation he took down. So he did it with the Canaanites. And then he did it later with the Japhethites. These are the people that were pushed east, who we refer to now as Chinese and Japanese. But originally, the Japhethites were in Europe. If you look at the biblical map, they were in Europe. And if you read the book of Jasher, what happened was Edom started to sojourn over there, and eventually they warred, and then the Japhethites became, quote unquote, one people with them. So this is why you see, when you look at ancient pictures of Asians and even of the Buddha, you see black people. But now you don't see that because they sojourned along with them. But as they do in their fashion, they pushed them east until they were all the way out. This is a whole bunch of wars and things that were going on in that time. This is very, very ancient history. But they have a pattern of doing this. So when the agent is telling Morpheus, your people are like a virus. They move until every resource is gone. And that's what viruses do. No, that's what so-called white elitist people do, and they bring their descendants and their children up to believe that that is something that is patriotic and honorable and justice. That's the truth about the matter, family. That's the truth about it. In a nutshell. It ain't black people doing that. Obadiah 1:4-7-8. Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, well, who chooses the eagle? Rome did, the NZ party did, the Europeans over there do, America. Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars, thence will I bring thee down, saith the higher. Thence will I bring thee down, saith the higher. All the men of thy confederacy have brought thee even to the border. The men that were at peace with thee have deceived thee and have prevailed against thee. They that eat thy bread have laid a wound under thee. There is none understanding in him. There's no understanding in these ruling Gentiles. And they pass that ideology on to the other Gentiles that they're ruling under. That's why they defend whenever they do something wicked. It's like people talking about Trump playing 3D chess. Man, are you serious? I don't think he could spell 3D chess. But okay. It says, shall I not in that day, saith the higher, even destroy the wise men out of Edom and understanding out of the mount of Esau? The Most High is destroying their what knowledge do they have? Look at the man they got in office now. Like, is this your king? Like, this guy is unhinged, but again, he's also being used to bring about the end of the time of the Gentiles. And I'm not saying he's going to bring it about completely, but he's definitely a catalyst. Look at all the stuff he's doing. And this is in plain view. So we need to sit back and watch the show as Israel. We don't need to get involved.
The CIA know how to make faces that look like real people. There was a couple in the CIA. The husband is not with us anymore, but I met the wife, Jonah Mendez. She showed pictures of herself as a black male. And that face can be put on in a couple of minutes, and it's indistinguishable from a human face. Now, what you would focus on now is two things. Gait, that's very difficult to change, and footwear. Everything else, what you wear, that you can change it real quick, but shoes, people forget about that.
So you see how those CIA, things that they do with the disguises, family, they, with AI, and they got a heart attack gun. They got dart guns. They got all type of, me and my sons were watching yesterday. They got all type of weapons that are like, you can't even get these in the army. You got to be like high government official. You got to be like some special team type stuff. They got some stuff, man. You dig what I'm saying? So they're going to cause they're going to cause the destruction. I wouldn't be surprised if they had somebody in blackface that looked like a black person or looked like how somebody they ever want to look, and had them commit a heinous crime, or even with the crisis actors years ago, before the cough, they had crisis actors, right? A bunch of crisis actors, filming stuff, doing stuff. And when you look at it now, you're like, hold on, all this stuff is going on now. Are these guys crisis actors? And people are doing research and face recognition to find out, hey, this dude was at this shooting. He was at that shooting. Like, what are the chances of that? It's like hitting the lotto 3 times. But back to what I was saying about them reading the Bible. They don't even understand that they're reading about their destruction. When the guy was quoting, well, he thought he was quoting the Bible, but he was actually quoting Pulp Fiction about the vengeance and furious anger. He don't understand that actually came from Micah 5:15. That's the chapter that it actually came from, was Micah 5. And the vengeance and anger he was talking about the vengeance and anger that the Most High is going to give to the Gentile, the heathen of the earth, for what they've done. He's literally quoting or misquoting a scripture about the destruction of his people. It's not for nobody else. It's for you, sir. Yeah, I seen you read. No, it's all you. It's about you. It's like somebody reading a decree
that, you know, the person that lives on the hill shall be subject to death and removal of his property, and they live on the hill. Like, bro, that's talking about you, fam. So let's get to Isaiah 24:21. In that day, Ahiah will punish the host of heaven above and the kings of the earth below. This is talking about these fallen angels, because ultimately this is who the Gentiles have been following. These fallen angels, these stars, these astrology charts, all these witchcrafts and things of the earth that, you know, cause detriments to people, dealing with evil spirits and so on and so forth. This is what it is. The Most High is going to destroy them and the kings of the earth below. Who are the kings? Is Israel in rulership now? Who are the kings that are running the world right now? What nation of people? We're talking about the fourth kingdom, Rome, Edom, man. And there's many tribes. Amalek being the J3 dubs, man. So let's get to 2 Chronicle 20:22-23. When they began singing and praising, Ahiah set ambushes against the sons of Ammon, Moab, and Mount Seir, who had come against Judah, so that they were routed. So Ammon is like, you know, the outside of the Palestine area. Moab is defined as Jordan in the scripture. Mount Seir is defined as Edom. So they all came to fight against who? Against Judah, so that they were rerouted. It says, for the sons of Aaron and Moab rose up against the inhabitants of Mount Seir and destroyed them completely. And when they had finished with the inhabitants of Seir, they helped to destroy one another. So Ammon, Moab, and Mount Seir, they all came to destroy us. So they both jumped Seir, Ammon and Moab, and then they fought each other and to destroy one another. Family, this is the time of the Gentiles. This is what they're doing now. This is a prophecy of what they are doing now. Now, this ain't a prophecy. This is more of history. But the thing that has happened before, he caused to happen again. This is going to happen again. This is happening again. When we see Putin and Trump and Iran and the people in the Middle East that, you know, the Israeli and all that, let them do what they do. This is the time of the Gentiles. It is being fulfilled. We're not even in the headlines no more. This is the time to put your head down, but also keep it on a swivel and get that oil in your lamps. Get your money right, get your house right, get your health right, and your spirituality right in reverse order. Spirituality, health, house, and money. Get all that stuff right. This is the time to do it. We're not even on the radar because this is their time. They're fulfilling it. Let's get to this last verse of the night, family. 2 Esdras 13:31. And one shall undertake to fight against one another, one city against another, and one place against another, one people against another, and one realm against another. So this is what's going on. This is a war. This is why I be talking about war zones and being in the fight. I'm not saying that to sensationalize or get somebody hype or get somebody riled up. No, this is a spiritual fight. This is a mental fight. It's a financial. This is why this is the time to get in that training mode. Get disciplined in what we're doing. Get focused on what we're doing, because this is that time. This is that time when you're going to a fight and you're not paying attention. What you think is going to happen to you in that fight? If you're going into a battle and you're unaware, what do you think is going to happen to you? This ain't no 48 Laws of Power. That was written by J3 Dub too. That was also plagiarized from the Book of Wisdom, the Book of Sirach. So he actually took lessons of that book and made them worldly. You know, made them Machiavellian. You can get wisdom directly from the Father. Just got to seek it, man. Because the time of the Gentiles is going to be fulfilled and it's going to end the earth. That's the big thing. It's going to end the earth. It's going to be the last hurrah. So the people that's ruling when Yahshua returns ain't going to be the people that's giving you the formula to lead you to the kingdom. If you don't understand that, then you haven't understood anything about what's going on or anything about what's happening. Got to get familiar. With that being said, I close out. Shalom. We are now going to get started on part 2. Y'all stay patient with me. And please subscribe, and share this with your people. It's not going nowhere, man. It's not stopping. It's only getting greater and greater. With that being said, I'll see you later, Israel.
You're rocking with the DJ that keeps the hits coming.
Gangsta Brazil. Yo, YBH.
Book of Eli.
Feel like I done hit the lottery. Kinfolk got a lot of steam. We rich, bro, this is prophecy. Been here, no geography. Been there like an odyssey. In and out like a robbery. Illuminati be playing Monopoly. I used to be green as a dollar B. Still run the field like a soccer team. Still don't believe in astrology. I would never follow Socrates. Nor CD Jakes next to Halloween. Pause.
I said, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Bring that one back from the top.
Feel like I done hit the lottery. Kinfolk got a lot of steam. We rich, bro, this is prophecy. Been here, no geography. Been there like an odyssey. In and out like a robbery. Illuminati be playing Monopoly. I used to be green as a dollar B. Still run the field like a soccer team. Still don't believe in astrology. I would never follow Socrates. Nor CD Jakes next to Halloween. Pause. Had to pause the beat. Bruise be fake Shalom in me. Burnt branches on my olive tree. All praise God, y'all should die for me. 18 years, that's a bunch of bros. Call me roster, bruh, who want to smoke? Slab hopping like bunny toes. Bought a shotgun and a bungalow. Some hang they sell, I just cut the road. Whoop that tree, hustle and flow. These youngest here, watch your money roll. From the dust you came, to the dust you go. Never seen a Brinks truck at no grave site. At no grave site. Inflation crazy, this is revelation in the daylight. Boys ain't right, they starts correction. It's time from heaven. Side to left, notify the rep nationwide. Another 9/11, better find a web and a flying vest. They'll bird fluid, bow the war. Yeah, I heard rumors. Epstein's a bunch of perv groomers. Generation X and the first boom. In the grass and nose, the third shoe. Little shadow ban me, the nerd Jude. The streets wild, but I swear through them. Dead bodies, this a hearse. Ooh, I hate your doctrine, I hate your doctrine. Hate it all the way. I hate your 501c3 contract. Hate your fallen state. I hate your pope. Hate your conversation. I hate your misinterpretation. I hate your body weight. I hate your abominational diet. I hate your lawlessness. I hate your holidays. I been work like a 9 to 5. Solid job. I should put this on Spotify. Bottom line, they tryna ostracize. Then colonize. Try. But no more captivity. Wars for my friends. Stress for my enemies. Casualties, injuries. Battle through history. This is the Maccabee ministry. That's if you kidding me. I'm feeling Samson. Blast at the Philistines. Too bad they ain't matching my energy. I finally had an epiphany. That day fast approaches. Got all for cancer. Son of man is smoking. Final kingdom and the last is Roman. They can't cancel with a cancer culture.
Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up?
Gangsta Brazil.
Oh, you bad. You bad. You gotta shoot somebody. Oh, yeah, I am.
Yo, YBH.
Come on, shoot me. You bad, right?